Boston wrestling sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Senior's Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm your host, John Cena Senior.
Don't let the ego get in the way, Johnny. I know Elton John wrote the song Saturday Night After You, baby, with your social life back in the 70s.
I am your host. I'm John Cena
he's
Senior.
the boss.
He's Dan Marati. What do you say?
The labor.
That's cheap.
DiBiase and Virgil.
There you go.
Here we go.
There you go.
All right, wrestling fans, if you are unfamiliar with our Week in Review, it is very simple. We know it's tough to dedicate 4 nights a week to our various Wrestling Insider and studio shoot interviews. So here on Saturday night, to have a little fun, we got the live premiere going to my right. We got that super chat open if you want to send some questions in. If you want to tip the bartender to keep these beautiful lights open, you are more than welcome to do so. Even more so, we ask you give us a big thumbs up and that you share the link across your social media, because we are not egotistical enough to say that we don't realize there are millions of wrestling fans out there that don't know we exist, but once they do find us, they're going to love us. Just look at the growth from year to year. If we could have the growth, I think I was telling you, Johnny, that was almost tenfold from January 2020 to January 2021. Wow. Imagine if we could do that from 21 to 22. Who's
You
that?
know what?
Who's that?
That's Vince.
What's Vince want? He's even watching the show.
Look, Vince, I'm doing a TV show right now. I'll have to call you back. Bye.
All right, well, you know, it's funny. On Primetime Wrestling, Bobby Heenan used to have a phone, and you got the Fabbo phone.
I'm telling you, they just won't leave me alone.
All right, Johnny, we have a lot of, as we mentioned, the growth has been off the charts. We ask for the shares across social media, on your Facebook wrestling groups, and Reddit, tweets, however you use social media. Let fans know what we're doing for the next probably 3 to 4 hours tonight. We're going to be having a lot of fun, talking some great wrestling on Saturday night. Almost like Saturday night's main event, Johnny, I ask you this. For our great fans, one of the most popular countries outside of America and Canada that watch our program is New Zealand. And today in New Zealand, it's actually Waitangi Day.
Wow.
Now,
Awesome.
Have you ever celebrated Waitangi Day?
I have not.
Why is that?
I don't even know what that is.
It's similar to the 4th of July for New Zealand.
Wow. Then they're going to have a bang down there.
Well, I tell you this, Tony gets tongue-tied when we talk about Waitangi Day, believe it or not.
Waitangi Day, he gets tongue-tied.
Tony thought it had something to actually do with the physical tongue.
I'm not going there. It's another time, you know. No. Sorry, not
No,
this.
Mr. USA. All right, wrestling fans, this week, not only do we have 4 episodes for you, but we have 5, because if you remember, before Johnny and I went live for the Royal Rumble Watch-Along, where we took great questions and some not-so-great questions from fans around the globe, we had part 2 of a very interesting sit-down shoot interview with TJP, TJ Perkins, who beyond his time in New Japan, Mexico, TNA, and Ring of Honor, was the winner of the first and only WWE Cruiserweight Classic and the first Cruiserweight champion of the modern era. Johnny, as you know, it was a tremendous interview in part 2 tonight that we show you. He goes in depth in his time in WWE.
Very interesting. Can't wait for that second half. First part really let a lot of things out. I can't imagine what the second part's going to be like.
All right, wrestling fans, stand by. Part 2 with TJP is coming up.
I think the brand extension is something that should never depart WWE. I think it makes the shows much fresher when they focus on so many more unique talents. And in 2016, after the tournament, right around the same time, they began to push a Stephanie McMahon-led Raw, a Shane McMahon-led SmackDown, and with that third hour of Raw, it was a great platform for the Cruiserweights to get a match or two each and every week on the show, and you as the first champion, a great way to showcase you on the platform.
Yeah, it was a unique place of history I found myself in to kind of be the face of that movement, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, to this day, like a lot of people that think about cruiserweights and cruiserweight, they're into it now or whatever, they're like stop me all the time, like, man, like they associate me with that. So I mean, I'm blessed with that, which is pretty cool. And yeah, I mean, it was exciting. I remember they had an impromptu kind of like backstage content with me and Hunter when I first came back through the curtain with the medal and the title, and him kind of saying, you know, blasey blasey blah, congratulations, whatever he says to people. And, you know, hope you're free Mondays. And I remember thinking that's funny because it happened so fast, you know. And it's really rare for guys to kind of skip the system there, you know. Even guys with tons of experience.
Right.
You see, like,
Right. Look at all the talent that's there right now before it became, you know, its own platform on USA Network.
Yeah. Finn Balor, Prince Devitt, you know, Nakamura, Bobby Roode, all these guys that like they still spend time in their system, and at the time it was still very much like a system for them. Now it's really a full-fledged third brand, so it's totally different now. But so yeah, it was kind of rare, like not most people don't leapfrog it, you know, like I did. But it was cool, you know. They gave me an opportunity, and it was fun to do.
You know, isn't it funny? Right now, there's little TJs running around the world that, like you and I were talking about, looking back at Saturday night's main event. But 20, 30 years from now, they'll look back at TJP as the Cruiserweight guy. To them, you'll be the personification of what it was to be a Cruiserweight professional wrestler. And that's going to feel pretty cool somewhere inside.
Well, I had an icebreaker for it with the X Division.
Well, sure, right?
And it really ages me a lot when I meet some
You're a
kids
young
now.
veteran.
Well, because it's like 10 years ago, I would meet, you know, young wrestling fans, maybe 21 years old or something like that. And they would say, man, I grew up on the X Division watching you as Puma, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, wow. Okay. Like, and I'm, you know, to me, I'm like, I'm 28 years old. You grew up watching me. And it's funny. And then later, and then now there's people like that. They're like, man, I grew up watching, I've been watching you ever since the WWE Cruiserweights. I'm like, ever since then?
How old are you really?
Yeah,
Come on now, that was 3 years ago.
Ever since 3-4 years ago. but yeah, I used to get a lot of that with the X Division too, just because, you know, fans that were like, you know, 15, 13 years old in like 2003, and they would see me come in as Puma doing Victory Road and stuff like that, and you know, the Motor City Machine Guns and the guys who were kind of the generation at the time, Sanjay Dutt, Petey Williams, and then, you know, fast forward to like 2012, and I'm there as Suicide. I'll do like, you know, meet and greets and signings and stuff, and man, I grew up watching you, you know, 9 years ago or whatever. Now they're like 21, 22 years old, and I'm like, wow, like, kids are actually growing up watching me. So it's weird because, you know, like I still feel like the 13-year-old kid that walked into the wrestling gym for the first time, and I grew up watching Eddie Guerrero and Chris Jericho, and it's like, you know, so it's weird to kind of hear that, but you know, that's what they were though, you know, that they were the Cruiserweight division, you know, long before Latino Heat or, you know, The List and Paragon of Virtue and Y2J. They were just the Cruiserweights.
Yeah.
And that's what I grew up watching. So it's weird the way that history kind of repeats itself. And
Yeah,
like, you
yeah.
know, then you get exposed to that, and you get, you know, shuffled into places that are now people have moved on to bigger and better things. And yeah, it's weird, surreal.
Imagine how successful that 205 live show could be if they actually presented that show with the rule that was originally in place, everyone 205 and under. I mean, look at so many of the guys now that headline both shows that could fit into that category. If they ever gave it a chance to be a real 205 live, that'd be the best show in the company.
The moment, just for anybody watching, the weigh-ins are real. They really weighed us, which I thought was funny. One, because there's one or two guys that could barely make weight. But two, is also funny because they weren't going to take them off the show anyway. But we used to think that, like, God, you're really weighing us. Just give us all the real 205ers. Like, it would be incredible the amount of guys that we could have had there, you know, to have like a Chad Gable or Finn Balor.
I wasn't even thinking along the lines of Gable, but another one that you
know,
could just add to the roster. Yeah?
Probably Seth Rollins, depending on the day of the week. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of guys that are like right there around that, you know, that could be in it. Would have been amazing, you know. So, but you know.
First champion, a couple of months, dropped the title. You were involved with Kendrick. You were involved with our buddy Richie Rich. And then it almost seems like you fell off the face of the planet. What happened? As someone that enjoyed seeing you on the show, that enjoyed good professional wrestling on a sports entertainment program, what happened to TJP?
I don't know. I remember me and Lindsay Dorado got sent home for 3 months. Not together at the same time, but not necessarily together. It wasn't for discipline, or at least not me, or anything. But yeah, it's just like creative ebbs and flows and stuff, and it's kind of hard to come in at the top, I guess, of a card, because then it's an odd progression. I remember asking, like, because, you know, like with the brand split, for example, I would ask like Road Dogg or so. Like, I remember Road Dogg, I remember pulling him aside at Raw one time. I said, you know, some guys, they'll come in, they'll get drafted to, I don't know, SmackDown, and they'll do like 6 months, and then, you know, they become a bad guy on SmackDown. Then they do like another, you know, few months, and then, you know, when they progress through, you know, these various arcs in their character, you flip them over to Raw, and then they kind of carry through that. Then maybe you flip them back to SmackDown, like what's old is new again, that sort of thing. What do you do with the cruiserweights? And
right, they only had one.
That's
home,
what that's what I used to ask. I asked him just point blank one day, and I said, and I remember asking him secondary. I said, secondary question. The reason, or the point is, the reason why I'm asking is because, unlike the other like 12 guys or whatever that made up the 205 show, I'm the top of this list. So when I'm done creatively with what I'm doing now, what happens? Everybody else has a progression upwards, but for me, like, there's no secondary show to flip me to. And so, you know, I ended up getting a few weeks off for a while. But then it was funny, because then when I came back, they just kind of put me right back at the top of the card with like Neville and Aries and stuff like that. So, you know, I guess it was just a matter of, well, we don't have a place to flip them, so what do we do? And then, okay, let's just tell a new story up here at the top of the card, and we'll do it this way and whatever. So, but yeah, and like as an LA boy and a diehard LA sports fan, it was really, 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 really crushing to lose a title in the Boston Garden. So,
we don't call it that.
Well,
though.
the TD
Garden.
Yeah. So yeah.
So you know how you could resonate with Magic a little bit, for at least in one thing, right?
Yeah, I felt like Kobe in 08. I was like, man, I'm a disgrace to LA sports. I just lost a title in Boston.
Did that twist the knife a little bit when you found out it would be in Boston?
Actually, it was funny because I had asked if I could drop the title because I felt like the group needed a rotating door to create interest. Because normally this is just kind of a side note, and the reason why is normally you have a guy like, say, Elias, right? And they're in the system, and then they get called up, and they get, you know, their first exposure on the show. They're by themselves. They're integrated right in with a guy like, say, Chris Jericho or Jeff Hardy or something like that. most of the time they get the better of them, and there's a lot of residual, equity that they kind of glean from that, and it helps them. Whereas when it's the other way around, we had 10, 12 guys that we're segregated. We can only associate with each other. There's no Chris Jericho for us to rub off on, you know, and we have to share that stage and spotlight with the other 10 guys. So I remember thinking at the time, like, the worst thing in the world that we can do is have this be built around one guy. And since I was the guy in that spot, I remember asking, like, can we flip this title around a little bit? And so I was hoping that was going to be the case. So when they said it, I don't know if it's because I said that or not, but when they made that decision, I was fine with it. I was happy because I thought it was the right thing to do. But the only bummer was maybe losing it in
Boston.
at TD, yeah. Which is actually one of my favorite arenas to perform in.
Why? Out of curiosity.
I just like it there. I mean, there's a lot of lore with Boston sports, especially being an LA boy. I can respect it a lot, and even though that's newer generation stuff for you guys. At this point now, it's aged to the point where there is some history that's gone on.
24 years, almost 25 in late 2020, yeah.
And even just as a wrestling fan, I remember Sean having his last match before his first retirement.
The only Mania we ever had here in Boston, right?
At what was it called? The Fleet?
It was the
Fleet Center?
The Fleet Center. Originally, the original name, it was going to be the Shawmut Center after a bank with an Indian face on it, but the bank went out of business or went through some kind of a merger, and then it became Fleet.
Yeah.
And now it's just TD. So I guess whatever bank wants to spend the most money on the sponsorship can be the Garden.
So yeah, there's a lot of reasons why I think it's a unique place to be. And I have a short list of places that are like that I enjoyed while I was working with WWE. Barclays was one, TD was one. Staples Center obviously is going to be one for me. But yeah, I enjoyed it, and I had other matches there that I enjoyed a lot. So it's just a competitive gripe that I had losing a title there.
Well, I mean, beggars can't be choosers. You did tell them you wanted to get rid of it, right?
I was ready to fall on the sword for my city. So,
did you think the 205 Live show, when it became its own weekly entity on WWE Network, the way it was presented, did you think it had a fighting chance, or did you think it would turn to, I mean, I don't want to call it an embarrassment in 2020, but when you have 3/4 of the audience get up and walk out when the show begins, I mean, that's tough.
They preempt the show.
And preempt it too. And I guess the weeks they decide to tape it, 3/4 of the audience get up and leave.
Yeah,
it's tough.
If you preempt a digital content show, that doesn't say much about the show.
Right.
But no, I mean, I always look at things optimistically. So when the project first came up and what they wanted to do, I thought that, obviously there's a lot of potential for it to be really great. I mean, obviously we really needed to not be segregated, and I think it just tells a big story when these kids are separate from the cool kids, these kids are not going to be the cool kids, and that's just, you're programming people to think that, and I think that's 99% of the battle right there. We lost because of that one decision, which is tough.
Do you think it's a good idea they've kind of morphed that belt with NXT now?
I don't know.
I think it's actually called the NXT Cruiserweight Championship.
I think if the progression went one way to the other direction, then it's a great thing. But I think that it's just fodder for people to kill it on narratives, And the narratives don't mean anything, but that's still going to be created, Like it looks like a downgrade when they do that. Yeah. And it's not a bad thing what they're doing that, but it will be looked at as that. So historically, it takes an odd turn for viewers,
It's not what it could have been, I think.
I mean, it could have been a lot better, but that's same could be said for a lot of
stuff.
For
a lot of things, you're right. No,
but I will say this, though, like a lot of the cruiserweights who were part of previous cruiserweight divisions in the company, or have since moved on to be like producers in different entities within the infrastructure of WWE, and they really envied what we had. So, I guess, thinking like, man, if I were in their shoes, it would have been so much better than what we did. But apparently, to them, in a lot of ways, it wasn't. So, you know, I guess maybe later on down the road, I'll look back and it's like, wow, this was actually a lot more special than I think. And I do think it was a special time. You know, obviously it laid the way for a lot of changes in future progression for what wrestling is. So
When the weekly show first kicked off, that was getting a lot of publicity on both Raw and SmackDown. The little theme song and the different little quick clips to show that it was fast-paced.
We didn't have the best soundtrack.
Yeah,
man. It was great.
I just to see what it's turned into though. We were down in to do some video work for the event tomorrow that you come in for.
Yeah.
Obviously, people won't see this tomorrow, but they happened to be in Fayetteville, and I didn't even know that. And a friend of mine said, "Oh, you think you get tickets to take my kids?" I said, "Yeah." And so WWE was nice enough to have us as the guests. And then as soon as SmackDown ended, you know, they don't even do the purple ropes anymore.
Yeah.
And they just did 3 matches. And I love little Leo. He's been here in the studio with us before and part of our MWF. But just there was just no reaction. And the fans were just basically there to see Bray Wyatt come out as the Fiend in a 2-minute match after the 205 Live taping ended. So when you look at the sizzle that it started with, it just, to me, it's so disappointing where it's wound up 3 years now, more than 3 years now.
That's what happens when you segregate guys and teach them that they're not, you know, okay to associate with people that they're familiar with, you know. And I think that's why initially, and even to this day, like I remember the last Access I did, you know, at the beginning of this year, Royal Rumble. You know, and that's, you know, year 3 of the Cruiserweight division, and people in my line were still like their idea of the Cruiserweight division was still me, Spanky, Swan. You know, that was still their idea of what the Cruiserweight division was, and it's like, but we've had so many guys kind of carry the mantle and different guys come through, but it's like that's still what they associate, because to them, and I really think that having that rotating door would have saved us when we started kind of building it around individual guys, and they're all great individual guys. But I just think when you do that, you know, we're all still new to the WWE audience.
Right.
So
there's a lot of new guys all at once.
Yeah. So when you build around one guy, you're teaching them, one, to think we're not good enough to associate with the cool kids, but 2, out of our specific group, we're all a bunch of losers, but this one guy's a winner, and that's a tough narrative to push.
Yeah.
So that's why in the beginning I thought it was great, because it was like, you know, yeah, I was a champ, but it's like Rich Swann could beat me, but I could beat Spanky, but Spanky could beat me, but Rich could beat Spanky. And Cedric is moving up, and then guys would look at the next, like all the down the roster, and it's like, man, I can't wait till Arya kind of comes up and has you know, higher stake matches, and Jack and Tony Nese, and you know, so on and so forth. And so for what it was exciting because it was unpredictable. But I think it started to become predictable, and then the segregation really started to be super obvious. You know, and they gave it a shot to, you know, different times. You know, they had Cedric and Bobby Roode do some cool matches in NXT. They had me work with Andrade. I had matches with. I would
have liked to have seen that. I never saw that.
Yeah, we had a few untelevised ones, and then I did the special main event with Nakamura down in NXT one time, and that one was actually on NXT programming, and that got a lot of great reactions, but they just didn't see the need to incorporate us into other stuff, and I just think, you know, that's you know, what it was. But I mean, you kind of see it after the first few months. Like all my matches were like on pay-per-views, and then we got relegated to the pre-show, and then it was like you maybe weren't even on, and then it was like, yeah, it was tough. So, did
you think maybe, like when you talked to Brian or maybe some others in the company, when you saw maybe trying to figure out longevity-wise, where is this going to go? You're not a small person. Did you ever think about trying to push yourself on to Raw or SmackDown?
Yeah.
I could see that fit easily, you know.
Some of the producers had thought that, you know, if they had to like dissolve the division for whatever reason, that I was one of the guys they felt could kind of fit in anywhere. I mean, I am light, but I am kind of a taller cruiserweight.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it would have been a stretch to see you on either one of those 2 shows.
Yeah, and there, you know, I had pitched at different times to do different stuff. That's actually one of the reasons why I left was we just couldn't find a fit for me on one of the other shows, and they didn't want to kind of put me back on the bench, so to speak. So, you know, I wanted to start doing other things then if that was the case. But yeah, I mean, that had been on the table, but I mean, like any television show, And WWE very much is that. It's a television show. And that term is used a lot, and a lot of the time it's digested by wrestling fans as, oh yeah, I get it, because they're not about, you know, the cool wrestling you see in other parts of the world, and it's more about, you know, promos and drama and stuff, and we all know that, but I think wrestling is that way everywhere, so they just have their own style of incorporating those elements. What I mean by TV show is it's literally a television show, like you would see a Walking Dead or The Simpsons. It's about 10 characters that are the main characters, and everybody else is not really on the show. They're on it, but they're not really on it. And so it's like in The Walking Dead, there's, you know, a set of main characters, and you see a cop might come in episode 2 of season 3 and have a pretty good run during that episode and save Rick, and everything is cool. Then you don't see him for 4 seasons. He comes back one more time to have a cool match. That is like 70% of the WWE roster. They're on the show, but they're not really on the show. So it's hard, I mean, because there's only a finite amount of stuff you can do with a TV show about 10 people, you know?
Exactly.
Growing up, watching Raw, anything like, you know, like in '93, I mean, when the show wasn't as long and wasn't as big, there was, you know, that 5 to 10 guys that it was revolved around. Now the company is just so big, I don't think they know how to kind of evolve it in a way that incorporates everybody. You know, it's still a show about just, you know.
And that's usually, I think, when any wrestling company is at its best, is when they have the most amount of bodies involved on a regular basis.
Yeah.
It keeps the show as fresh as possible. I think the shows nowadays are just, it's so, not that there's anything bad about what the guys are doing, but there's nothing that stands out as, well, this is different, or this feels fresh, or this makes me feel like I have to tune in next week to see what's going on. It's just, it's very good. And, but you know, and there's nothing all that interesting about it.
I mean, just like any TV show, they also work in seasons too, you know, so it's not just a television show just in format that way. Like, it is just a television show about, you know, like 10 main characters. You know, you have, you know, your Charlotte and your Sasha and your Roman and your Seth and your Brock and, you know, your Kevin and you know, whoever comprises that group of these are the characters on our show. But it also works in seasons. You know, they have their summer season, and then they have their, you know, spring season, and then in between, it kind of just feels like reruns.
There's a lot of other season.
Yeah, which is by design.
Right.
You know? Like they have their 2 seasons, and just like any television show, like we have our fall season that lasts about 20 episodes. So does WWE, and the finale is SummerSlam, and then same thing in the springtime. They have this winter-spring season that lasts about 20 episodes, and the finale.
There you go. Mid-season finales for some of them too.
Finale
with
is
the B
WrestleMania,
pay-per-views, or the in your houses as you call them.
Yeah.
The in your houses.
Yeah. So the rest of them might as well be reruns, because that's kind of a downswing creatively. And that's just the way it works. It's a television show.
I was at my desk. I remember the day it was scrolling up and down on Twitter. The TJP was going to be gone from WWE. Like most in wrestling, I had to see if there was dirt to be had. You know, is there something wrong with this man? Would this be someone that would be great to have with us here? And obviously, since you're here now, I'd like to think that was a good move, because there was no dirt. It was a very clean scenario. But online, if you Google it, there's all kinds of different conspiracy theories that have gone on.
Yeah.
What really happened when you left WWE back in February 2019?
Well, let's see. February.
Was it February that it happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
So February of 2018.
18.
I think it was February. There's a couple times we go to the UK every year. One time is earlier in the year, and then I think we do like Manchester later in the year, like November or something like that. But we're in London, and I remember knocking on Vince's door, and I said, you know, I don't feel like, I'm not having any fun. I don't feel like I'm a commodity to you anymore. I'm just a guy that does good wrestling on a show full of good wrestling, and everybody in your company is a good wrestler. That I have no value to you in regards to that, because you get that value out of everybody. Everybody here can go. Everybody's amazing there, if you let them. But and I said, you know, when I first came in, I was, you know, I used my platform differently, and I was an ambassador for my community as a Filipino and everything, and you know, I wanted to get back to that. I wanted to get back to representing my community and being sort of a gateway for like Asian Americans, and you know, the same way that, like, you know, Ray and Eddie like can represent Latinos and sort of like, represent that community. And it's like, we didn't really have that sort of representation in the company. And I was it for a little while. But once I got to Raw, it's like I was separated further and further and further from that. And I said, that's what I would like to get back to. That's what my value is to you. That's different than anybody else can offer. And so he just said, well, how can we use you better? I said, I'll show you. So I spent the rest of the year of 2018 making my own appearances and doing red carpets and community events, charities, different things for the Filipino community. Meeting with influence groups, people that do like, Filipino Heritage Night for the Golden State Warriors, for example. Like first, however many 100 people through the door get a special like Warriors shirt with like the Filipino Sun logo incorporated into it, and like local charities involved with it, and meet and greets for like, Asian American players in the NBA and stuff like that. And I brought all this stuff as a package, and like, here, this is what we can do. These are all groups that would love to work with the company. They work with other major entities, and this is what I want to do for you. And that was around Survivor Series or so. And he said, great, let's figure out one, we need to put you on a different platform. So I think it was Raw that we thought would be a better fit for me. And let's, make some creative pitches. And the way that Vince sees things, no matter what direction, creative is the horse that drives the carriage. So, we just played tennis with creative pitches back and forth. And I wrote stuff for everybody. I mean, I wrote stories, you name it. You name a person in the company, I wrote a story, me working with them in some capacity.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I pitched for everybody, top to bottom. And they just didn't see a good fit. And I don't think it was so much that the stories were bad, because they started using some of the stories with other guys.
Other people. That happens too when they're really good.
Which was kind of a bummer. But I think it's more so, like I said, it's a television show about, 10 characters. These are characters that they've brought to their sponsor meetings, brought to the television distribution companies to get pitches for the next year, the next season, the next renewal. These are guys that they have listed on all their tentpole shows. They don't know the creative that will get them there, but they know that these are the guys they're going with. And it's hard to go down that list and unseat one just to put a new guy in. And I'm not pretentious to think that like, oh, you should because I'm better than this guy or that guy, I deserve it, whatever the case is. I know I can do it, but that's their decision, that's their investment. So that's where we were, and then it was, I turned in a new round of pitches on like a Tuesday, and then on that Friday, and they're just, Vince doesn't know what he would want to do with you. He has a lot of respect for what you want to do, but he also feels like if you're going to be unhappy, he doesn't want you to be unhappy here either. So,
did you feel unhappy?
Yeah, I made it clear to them I wanted to leave, but I just don't believe in quitting. And I also don't believe in going on social media and like, I'm sick of this and I'm going to ask for my release today. I mean, I just quietly told them I'm ready to go. I'd like to go back to Japan and Mexico and do stuff that I was happy doing before that I would have done if I didn't stay here. But I'd like to do better. If we can make it more fun, if I can contribute better, let's try to get to that, because I don't want to just quit.
Right.
And we couldn't find it, so
No, better to leave his friends, right?
Off I flew, but yeah, it wasn't anything to do with like tattoos or
As scandalous as it is sometimes in the world of Google, right?
Yeah.
And now you're into the new frontier. What do you got planned for 2020? Anything cool?
Well, just a continuation of more what I was able to do this year. I got to go back to work in May. They let me kind of go back to work a little bit early on my 90 days.
Well, that was nice.
It was like a 78-day no-compete clause, right. I think. So
they got creative on that end, at least with you.
Yeah, it was cool. They gave me some leeway because there's no hard feelings or anything. And from May till December, I had like 93 dates.
Wow.
On the calendar. So, some of them were for some pretty cool places. I got to go back to New Japan. I got to do the Super J Cup this year. Impact, I got to return to. I got to do MLW, which was pretty cool. I haven't worked with those guys like Court and them since 2004.
Wow.
When they were first starting MLW back in the day. And I got to do some tapings in Mexico. So that was cool. I got to go over to Japan as well.
Is that not the best name for a wrestling company, though?
What?
Major League Wrestling.
I mean,
I love that name.
right to the point,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I got to go abroad a bunch. I made a few trips to Australia and the UK and got to see kind of the new indie scene, which is something that I haven't been able to do, you know. And
It's not so bad.
no, not at all. And next year, it's a lot. I haven't announced it yet. All my schedule is usually up on detonationkick.com. My touring schedule. I haven't put out the next year's one, but like the first 5-6 months is already kind of set. So
Really?
I'm looking
Wow.
forward to it. Some more New Japan, more Impact. Yeah, so hopefully I'll turn, you know, what was almost 100 dates into 200 dates if I can.
There you go, right? And be in control of your own destiny at
Well,
the same time.
I get to use the first half of the year this time instead of taking all those.
That's
time off.
awesome. Good for you. All right, wrestling fans, you can find him on Twitter at MegaTJP. I didn't want to get the X's initials confused. That's a different story for a different time. I got
that's
that in
perfect.
earlier. And you get your own line of the merch. Where can
Yeah.
the fans find that?
Yeah, that was actually another cool thing I got to do this year was for Detonation Kick. And I mean, I was always into streetwear growing up, and it's really just modeled after the type of stuff I grew up with. Like, you can find that at detonationkick.com. I think everything is sold out right now, so hopefully everything will be up soon. But yeah, and if you go to detonationkick.com, you can also find my touring schedule and all the dates. Hopefully I'll be in a
Hopefully the
city.
next time you'll be back with us.
Yeah, hopefully
Put it right
there'll
up
be
on
a
there.
city near whoever chooses to click. So.
Unbelievable. Well, you know what? You can never start your Christmas shopping too early once he has everything in stock again. You know, it's right around the corner. TJ, it was awesome to have you here. I mean, just some of the headlines we touched upon that we probably could have talked about for an hour each. Hopefully we'll have you back in the near future.
Absolutely.
For TJ, I'm Dan Marati. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours, be well. See you soon.
Boston wrestling sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw. It's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Senior's Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Tony, that one delivered. I mean, TJ, a very interesting young veteran. He's a couple of years younger than me. I think he's
Whoa. Tony?
Did I call you
Tony? You call me Tony? Wow, I am John Cena Senior, and I am your host, because this guy has no idea.
Do you know how many times I did that with Demolition? I kept calling Barry, Bill, and Bill Barry. But, you know what? We've had a long week of tapings, folks. Very interesting, TJP, a young veteran. He's been in the business. I mean, he broke in right around the same age I did, around 13, only he was actually in the ring as opposed to what I did with Tony Rumble. I have a lot of respect for him. He's been in the game over 20 years, and he's still several years shy of hitting the big 4-0 like this guy hit last year. So there you go. All right, Tony.
I'm telling you.
Johnny, as we continue Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, it's time for the man I just mentioned several times, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. He discusses the WWE Champion Drew McIntyre and the COVID outbreak in WWE. He had another interesting episode from a man who said if he gets 2 new pets, do you know what he was going to name them?
What?
Free and meal.
Okay, moving right along.
We'll be back with Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Stand by. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marati along with Tony Atlas. Tony, a pleasure to have you back here in studio.
Well, thank you, my friend.
Tony, I tell you, the fans, they continue to ask near, they continue to ask far, how is the lovely Monica doing?
She's coming along pretty good. Her spirit is up. She's very lonely. Sometimes she get down in the dumps because, you know, I can't see her, she can't see me. So it's very hard for her. So I have to talk to her on a regular basis to make sure that, you know, to keep her spirit up. So hopefully, you know, once this coronavirus starts to come to the end, that me and my wife, we'll be back together again.
Now, you said she had the vaccination.
Two of them.
Two of them.
Yeah.
So, I believe at one point you told me that there had yet to be a single case of COVID in the entire facility she's in. Is that still true?
That's true, yeah.
That's
yeah.
amazing.
Not one. Well, no, not really, because see, it's very easy to do that in Maine. It'd be very hard to do it in Boston, New York, and some of your larger cities, because in Maine, everything is stretched out. So, and then once, and Mainers are very, very law-abiding people. And so when the government said that masks will require, there was not one Mainer not to do it. In fact, they get mad at you if they, I was walking in the store the other day and I had my mask on around my ear, but I had it pulled down on my chin. And people was like looking at me like they want to beat me up. Mainers are very, very law-abiding citizens. I mean, when you look at the crime rate in the state of Maine, it's, you know, it's very, very small compared. I mean, we have more murders this year, a couple of years, than we had since I've been living there, but it's only like 3 or 4.
3 or 4 murders in the entire state?
Yeah,
really?
Because Mainers, they hard-working people, they go to work every day, and they're not involved with a whole lot of stuff. And most of the people that commit the crime in Maine are not from Maine. They come up from Massachusetts into Maine and stir up crack. Every time somebody gets arrested, he's from Massachusetts.
I think there were more murders in the rug store underneath where Jackie lives than
yeah, because
there were
Maine,
in the whole state of Maine.
And with Maine, when I first moved to Maine, I used to work for this construction company. The guy named was Tom Sparks, and he had a construction company called Precision Building. And we went out to work on a lady's house one day. There was an elderly lady, and she had to go to the store. So she turned and told Tom, "Don't lock my door, I don't have a key to it." And then Tom told me, "No, people up here don't lock the doors." My first apartment I got up there is a
Did she keep the back door unlocked?
They don't lock, most of them don't lock the doors.
She
they
kept
do
the
now.
back door
they
unlocked
do now,
for Tom
but this is
Sparks.
like 30 years ago, but they do now. But I remember when I first got my first apartment, me and Monica, a little kid was out in the yard playing, and he saw me moving in. So he told his mom, "That's Tony Atlas." She said, "Nah, Tony Atlas wouldn't live in my neighborhood." "No, that's Tony Atlas." So when the father came on, the father brought the little boy to my house. So I went, unlocked my door. Kid, the father recognized me. "Oh, that is Tony. How you doing? Blah, blah, blah. Welcome to the neighborhood. Blah, 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 blah." I brought some cookies. My wife made some cookies. You know, and welcome to the neighborhood. Nice people. So the guy started to walk away. And he turned to me. And he asked me this question, which shocked the hell out of me. "Why you lock your door?" "Well, don't you lock yours?" He said, "Only when I'm asleep or out of town." In the Maine, we don't lock our cars in the wintertime because the lock will freeze.
Well, that makes sense.
But I do now.
You do.
It changed in the last, I would say the last 10 years, crime is, like I said, but these are not.
Crime is on the rise in Auburn, Maine?
Well, Maine in general, because you get a lot of people that come from, that not from Maine, that is migrating up to Maine, and they bring their crime rate with. In fact, our governor, not the one now, but the last governor, Governor LePage, spoke out about all these guys, gangbangers from Massachusetts, is coming up to Maine trying to, and what they do, they come up here, most of them are minorities, hate to say it, and they would find a young Caucasian girl, and they impregnate her. Then the young girl will get on welfare. The gangbanger or drug dealer will move in with the young girl. Now he operates out of his house. So they use the kid as support. The kid, that baby is paying for the food, paying for the rent, paying for everything.
He's the meal ticket.
He's the meal ticket. And they always get a young white girl for some reason, a young white girl. mainly between the ages of 14 and 16.
14 to 16, really? Those are some interesting gangs up in Maine.
Yeah.
Oh, I know Howard was supposed to
And
be
the
here at the
parents-
studio. Maybe he's up in Maine right now.
But they always get the girls that don't have a father, or their father is a drug addict or an alcoholic.
Yeah.
That's when I started working with kids myself. I had a program called Team Atlas. And I hope I got time to tell you one
Tell
story.
us about Team Atlas.
There was
yeah.
this young girl named Angie. And I told this to the Lewiston Police Department. They didn't do nothing about it because she was a prostitute. But she was only 16. I tried to get her off the street because I used to work with the probation department there. So I tried to get her off the street. So I had a friend of mine that worked up me, but he was a recruiter for the military. And I said, can you get her into the Coast Guard or something, you know? And I got her sober, you know. She stayed with me and Monica for about a month and got sober.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Monica took her in, she got sober. So we got her sober, got her off the crack cocaine. She was a banger, she shoot up. She was only 16 though.
Wow.
But she was selling her body for drugs. She was prostituting herself for drugs. Not for anything else but drugs, that's it.
Not the payday.
No, as soon as she got the money, she went straight to, the money went from the, from the John hand to her hand to the dope dealer. So she didn't keep that money more than 5 minutes.
Wow.
However long it took her to get to the drug house, that money was gone. The 5 minutes after got into her hand. But anyway, we tried to help the young girl. And there was a lady called Colette that used to make food for her. And I used to go by to pick up the food, take it to the house to give to her. So finally this Army recruiter told me, he said, Tony, that's a good thing you're doing. He said, I want to help you with it. And I said, well, he said, but we can't take her because she don't have, she quit school. And to get into the Coast Guard, you have to have a high school diploma. I didn't know that. So they're going to try to get her to get the GED, which she could have got in like a month or two. So she stayed at, the guy took her in, this recruiter. If he's in Maine, listen, he know I'm telling the truth. He took her into his house to try to help her. Because she was on this, she's a 16-year-old little white girl. Beautiful little girl, blonde hair, blue eyes, the whole killer caboodle, beautiful little girl. And so anyway, make a long story short, one night, she got that craving, and she got out. She got out. She went back to a place called Knox Street, Knox Street. She was there in Knox Street that night. The next morning, she was in the canal. One of the prostitutes told me what happened.
You knew this prostitute.
Maine, everybody know everybody.
Yeah.
The town I live in. I mean, small town, everybody know everybody. So anyway, her name was Ebony. She was a black lady. She probably was in her 40s.
Now, this is the prostitute.
Yeah, her name was Ebony. And she was in her 40s. She was from New York or Alabama, somewhere down there. She wasn't a Mainer. So anyway, she said, you hear what happened to Angie? And I said, no. She said, she went to SCORE. You know what SCORE mean, right?
Yes.
She went to pick up, she got 2 40 bags, and they put them in little plastic bags like this. So the cops followed her. So when she went to the house to do it on Knox Street, the cops came in behind her. Well, she didn't want to get caught with the drugs. So she swallowed the 2 bags of crack cocaine.
Oh, my God.
Okay, that's the nice part of the story.
That's the nice part.
That's the nice part. So when the cops searched,
Oh, God, you know, I think you've told me this story, but keep going.
the cops left. The cop left. After the cop left, the people that sold her for the drugs, they want their drugs. Because one of the bags belonged to someone else. There was a bag for her, but the other bag she went to get for someone else. Well, that person want they want their drug. And these are a bunch of crackheads that want their drug, and they know that they're in her. So they sticking a finger down her throat, trying to make her vomit. It wouldn't come up because she ain't ate all day. So they set her on a toilet and try to get her to go to the bathroom. Kept having to drink a lot of water to try to so she
Flush her
passes.
system.
Yeah, so it go through. Because there's no food or something, the bags wouldn't come out. They took a razor blade cut her stomach open while she was alive, reached inside her stomach, took the 2 bags out. And here's the sad part. From what I hear, she sat there and did the drugs with them, with her stomach and intestines hanging out. She did the drug with them. They said then she died. She took one hit.
This is a surprise.
Yeah, she took one hit off that pipe.
Looked like something out of one of those Saw
Right,
movies.
she took one hit of crack, and then she fell over.
Oh.
Well, they didn't want the cops to come in and see this bleeding, dead 16-year-old on the floor, so they put her underneath the bed. Well, the next moment, this is
They
all
put her
true.
under the bed.
Under the bed, so if the
Did they
cops
think they
come
were
in-
going to hide her? Or
Yeah, they was hiding the body, so they figured to hide the body by shoving her underneath the bed. Well, by moaning, she had a little kick to her.
wasn't there any blood?
Oh yeah, but they clean all that mess up. So these addicts, man, and so they slid her underneath the bed so that if the cop come in, they won't see the body. But by moaning, you could smell her.
Oh, yeah.
You could smell her.
She must have started to rot.
She started to rot. So they got scared, so they wrapped her up in a sheet, and they took her in an area right around Lincoln Street. People know what I'm talking about. And they threw her in the canal. The canal is like a river, the water runs
Yeah.
through it. You know, we call it a canal because it's not a river. It's a man-made thing of water where they channel the water from the river to go in to do other stuff, you know, like the sewer and
Yeah.
all this, that stuff. But anyway, most of that water goes for our sewer, you know. Anyway, make a long story short. So when I hear the story, I went straight to the Lewiston Police Department, told them exactly what I told you. Nothing was ever done.
They didn't care.
I didn't care. Because she was a poor girl at 16 years old, and I saw that.
No family?
Not that I know of, you know,
Yeah.
because when I met her, you know, I didn't know father. And that's why everybody, and believe it or not, for some of the work I did in Maine, the state of Maine gave me a proclamation. I'm one of the very few, most proclamations go to business people that donate a lot of money to stuff. But they said my work with kids in the state of Maine had been so great that they figured that they should reward me. So the state of Maine, I went to the Senate floor. They went to the Senate floor in Augusta, and they gave me a big proclamation. Next time we do Boston Wrestling, I'll bring it down to show you. I also got a proclamation for the city of St. Louis, Missouri.
Why do you have a proclamation
Same
from
thing,
the city of St. Louis?
Working with youth.
Back when you worked for Sam Mushnick? Or
No, this was probably about 10 years ago.
why? What did you do in St. Louis, Missouri 10 years ago?
Convert gangbangers into going to school at college.
But how?
Talking to them.
But what were you doing in St. Louis?
A buddy of mine asked me to come down. He was friends with a rep. He worked in the office as like a clerk.
Yeah.
And I got the paperwork. I had to bring it and show it to you. This guy, he was a representative. And he said, yes, we would sponsor Tony to come down to work with Gina Jim youth. With the kids, there are a lot of kids that was fatherless, and it was all getting drawn into the gangs. So, and some of these kids were very, very, very bright, very bright. And so they said, Tony, can you talk to them and convert these kids into doing something with their life? Because we know you had a hard life. We know your involvement with drugs and poverty. You've been through that, so maybe somebody that had been there. Because it's hard for someone that never did something to tell kids what they shouldn't do.
Right.
You know, but for a person, like some of your best people, believe it or not, if they're overusing, is a guy that to been in penitentiary. I'd rather listen to a guy that been in the penitentiary about what can happen to him than a guy that never been in trouble. You know, that guy that been in the penitentiary, he could tell you the horror story. He could tell you how it messed up his life. Like in my book, the reason I tell the story about my drug use and all the things I did wrong, so some kid would look at that and say, if Tony Atlas hadn't done that, you haven't even said to yourself, there would have been no Hulk Hogan. It would have been Tony Atlas.
Would have been Tony Atlas.
There have been no Hulk Hogan because I was there before Hogan. And every time we wrestled, Hogan put me over. So that tell you, they did not have the eye on Hogan then. They had their eyes on
Mr. USA.
Tony Atlas. Up until me and Rocky got the belt, I never lost a match. There was not one person in WWE I didn't beat. Backlund was the only one.
You were the Goldberg of your generation.
Bob Backlund was the only one I never beat. And Backlund never beat me, even though we wrestled. I won over Bob Backlund, a world champion, in a DQ. So Captain Lou Albano said, Tony, the only one could hurt Tony Atlas is Tony Atlas. That's why when I read my book, I blame nobody for my downfall because I am the captain of my own ship. You see what I'm saying? So I tell people, I said, when I first met Hogan, he was putting me over. I said, 10 years later, I couldn't even get close enough to shake his hand. What happened? Well, because you're black. No, got nothing to do with my color. Sergeant Slaughter was white, but I beat him. Button all them guys. You name everybody from the past that you know in the 80s. Don Morocco, all of them, they all lost to me. Every one of them put me over. Everybody put me over. From 1980 to 1982, nobody could beat Tony Atlas. Well, I went to AWA, even though they expunged my record. Why, I don't know. Me and Jumpy Jump Ronzell beat the Legion of Doom for the title. I wrestled King Kong Bundy. I never lost to Bundy. I mean, I'm King Kong Bruiser Brody. I never lost to Brody.
Wow.
I never even lost to Andre in Japan. It was a count out. Think about it. Andre didn't even put me over. That's how they saw me.
You were that high up the food chain.
Who screwed that up?
Mr. You. Oh, wait. Percy's playing the ribs on us again.
I screwed that up. So I took responsibility because if I don't take responsibility for the mistakes I make in life, how can I ever correct them? It's easy to blame somebody else for your misfortune. The one thing that my mother, I listen more to my mom now than what I did when she was alive. And this is what my mother told me.
You remember the lessons.
This is one of the lessons she taught me. Excuses are the gateway to failure. Excuses are the gateway to failure. Solutions is the gateway to success. Never worry about the problem, only the
solution. And as I've told you, Tony, a very
my mom taught me that.
In one
and
of
it worked.
I tell you,
Took me a long time to do it, though. It took me about 30 years to finally, after 30 years, I'm going to listen.
I will never forget the moment in the middle of July this year, or last year in 2020, when I was in quite a predicament, ready to explode, and your words rung in my head. Do not worry. Your mother's words through you rung in my head. There is nothing I can do to change this problem. I have to focus on the solution.
Had to fix it.
And it prevented a bad situation from getting far worse.
Yeah.
And I have to thank you for that.
Yeah, because
Hall
when you
of
get
Fame
angry,
advice.
you get deeper.
Yeah.
It's like quicksand. The more you wiggle, the deeper you go.
All right, Tony, we got a little bit of wrestling to talk about.
Wrestling, baby!
Cole,
Wildfire Rich here.
We started talking about Monica getting the vaccine.
Yep.
Now we have an outbreak of WWE superstars with COVID. WWE champion Drew McIntyre has tested positive along with 3 other superstars that shall not be named until they are publicly released by WWE. I think that's only the fair way to do it. But is WWE turning into a danger zone, Tony, with so many superstars testing positive for COVID?
Here we go again.
All right, here we go. Let's hear it, brother.
Pick it on, Vince. When you there, trust me, you follow protocol. When you there, you understand what he did this, Dad. Mm-hmm. He did you do protocol. I bet you. Here's where the problem come in at. Every person that OD on drugs, I mean, I'm going to bring it all together. Everybody that OD on drugs back in 10 years ago, you know, when all the guys were dropping from using drugs and stuff, there was one thing that nobody ever noticed about them guys.
What's that?
They was not working for Vince when it happened. See, what happened is they don't, because of COVID, they don't work that much. They out and about. You understand? Mm-hmm. If they got COVID, they didn't get it there. They got it.
But you can't say for sure.
Oh, I've been there. I know what they do. Nobody followed them. Once they leave, they do what they want to do. I was with Drew McIntyre last year.
At that minor league baseball game.
They're away. They do a lot of shit when they're away. See, when they're there with Vince, they have to dot every I, cross every T. But then when they go home, I know one wrestler, when they were doing the drug testing, he only did TV. Player. He only did TV. I ain't gonna call no name player. He only did TV. And he got away with it for years smoking pot. But smoking pot, what a lot of people do, if you do it 2 days a week, it won't show up. Because you don't build up enough, THC or whatever it is to be tested. So you keep
You had to pick your spots.
Right. Well, what he do? I was riding back to the hotel where we just done TV, and we used to fly in to do Monday Night Raw on Monday. Tuesday was SmackDown. They taped SmackDown, but they showed it Friday.
Right.
But they taped it Tuesday. Right. So Wednesday we fly back. Tuesday night, he would say, "Tony, come on to the room. I got one." Now you know what I'm talking about. Now he run around with a little pipe, a little vapor pipe. You saw him.
I know what you mean.
You know who I'm talking about.
I know you.
You know what I'm talking
We've
about.
had him right here in the Millennium Wrestling Federation.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And what he would do, he would smoke Wednesday night, that night, before he go home. He would smoke Tuesday all day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. He had these pills that you take, and you drink a lot
Get
of
it out
water.
of your system.
And he did that for years and never got caught. See, when guys leave Vince, I bet you McIntyre, every one of them guys, I'm not with them, but I've been around the boys. I know what they do. They started going out clubbing, they go out here, people know them, they're out in the public, and they do things. And then when they go back with Vince, then it's the mask, it's this and that. But Vince can't watch them 24 hours a day. That's where the problem goes. Most of the trouble I got in, I didn't get into it at the arenas.
It was out of the bit.
Once we was off, that's where the guys get in trouble when Vince let them off. That's why in the older days, Vince Senior never gave the wrestler time off. And I asked him one day why he do that. He said, "But they're gonna get in trouble." He said, "I got to keep them busy to keep them out of trouble."
And that's a fair statement to make for that generation.
Yeah, and all the guys were using drugs, but nobody OD because you had to wrestle that night. So you do have a very small window for the partying.
So you think,
So
like
the
with
back
Cecil
row
the
about
Lion's
10.
land party, that might be a good idea. Then.
Well, that's what they do.
Yeah.
When they off them days, they go here, they go there, they go here, they go there. But I remember when I was with the WWF back in the day, the show was over by 10. Well, by 10:30, we always stayed in the town that we wrestled. By 10:30, you at the hotel. And the guy will be drinking and smoking and doing whatever and screwing whatever they want. I had this thing about me. At 12 o'clock, no matter what I do, I stop. And I went to bed because I used to get up in the morning at 7
to work out.
To do my workout. I had to get my workout because that was my money. I couldn't let my body go down. But I used to see guys say, "Oh, I didn't get to bed till 2 o'clock last night. Oh, I went to bed at 4. When I was with WWE not too long ago, back in 10 years ago when I was with them, I saw the same thing in the bar. They closed the bar. I seen guys drinking the bar at night. Me and Teddy Long, I would go by the desk, because these nice hotels, I get me either some fried chicken wings or the fried calamari. The calamari.
You like the calamari?
I like the calamari.
I didn't know
with the
that.
little sauce, yeah. So I usually, whatever they have to do, they call it the bar food. So I would either get some chicken wings with the little celery sticks and the carrot, or you get the calamari with some coleslaw. And I would have me 1 or 2 beers, then I'd go to bed. Teddy Long would come and get 1 beer and go to bed for years. We would go every night. I go to bed. I would see guys up at that bar. Then the next morning we had to get up and I can't remember his name. It probably popped to me. He said, "Oh, I think I'll just stay up tonight. I got some beer in the room." The bar closed at 2.
He wanted a few more.
Yeah, and his flight was leaving at 6, so we had to be at the airport by 5. So he said, "Oh shit, I only got 2 hours, no use going to sleep. I just stay up and I sleep on the plane." And that's what they used to do. They would sleep on the plane. Every time you see a wrestler, the moment he hit that plane,
out.
He been up all night. You know?
All right, well, Tony.
Then at TV,
Well,
you could tell all the guys that been up all night because they got to be at TV at 12. They would get to TV at 12, and they get in the room, they go,
they'd nap at the arena.
they
Well,
were up all night.
Let's not point just the fingers at WWE.
It's not. Everybody,
Well, let me
everybody is responsible for their own safety.
Yeah.
Their own safety. And Vince cannot watch these guys 24/7. There's 7 days in a week. He's not doing house shows no more. So anybody, you cannot get COVID virus from Vince for just being there for 2 days. Where are you the other 5 days?
But why is it impossible to get it in a competitive athletic?
Because Vince tests them all. You know he does.
Well, I mean, you can take someone's temperature, but that doesn't mean you're going to pop positive for a COVID test right away.
Vince tests you regularly, brother, for more than
Oh, I understand that it's done regularly, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a
It's not just your
guaranteed
temperature
accurate
with Vince,
result.
you know that.
Well,
You know that with Vince.
Let's be
I worked there before there was Cobra. Vince take blood tests and everything.
to be
of it,
well.
man.
They're not. I don't think they're taking blood tests at every
Yeah,
TV
blood test,
taping.
piss test. But believe me, they did not catch it there. They want to blame Vince because that's where the money is at.
Well, in AEW,
Because there's no such thing anymore as self-responsibility. How can some catch it and some don't if it's with Vince?
well, I mean, that could be said for the whole world as far
No, it's what you do. You know that, Dan. It's
as
what
in
you do.
AEW. It came out also. We don't want to point the finger just at WWE. Chris Jericho, Nick Jackson of the Young Bucks, and Lance Archer all tested positive back
You think
in
these guys
September.
go? You think they do what me and Teddy Long do? That's what I'm trying to get you to see that. Do you really think that the Young Buck and Chris Jericho, after the show, that they would wash their hands, shower, and go to the hotel and go to sleep and keep their distance from other people? Do you really think them young kids, more kids would do that? Yeah, right.
Do you,
They
well, I'm
probably
going to
got
ask
some
you.
bras waiting on them back in the hotel
Really?
like I did when I
Really?
was young. Once they leave that arena, they out of Vince's hands. Once they leave the arena, they out of AEW hands. Now, if Vince Senior, if wrestling was the way it was when I was wrestling, none of them would have it.
Do you think it's safe to continue to have these live events?
Of course it is.
You feel it is safe with proper social distancing?
See, the problem with these guys, brother, and I'm telling you, the problem is, and I see it not just in the wrestling world, I see it in the gym. You know, they got a mandatory mask. It was hard for me to get used to working out with a mask on. It was not easy. It was hard as hell. You know, breathe through that
Sure.
damn thing, trying to lift weights. Somebody lift weights and barely
I want to use Anytime Fitness like you
Yeah.
tried to set up last time you were here.
Right, but I got
Get
used
myself
to
back
it.
in shape.
Yeah, but I got used to it because
Yeah.
people are breathing more harder in the gym than I any time during the day. So the last thing I want to do is go get a workout and walk away with Cobra. When I get through, and I see this myself, when I get through working out, what do you think the first thing I do before I leave that gym?
Clean your hands.
How many people do you think I've seen walk out there without doing it?
A lot,
See
I'm
my
gonna guess?
point? That's my point. People you have to stand over them 24/7. Vince would have to stand over these guys 24/7.
You'd have to babysit.
Yeah, you have to babysit these guys. Nobody want to take self-responsibility. And see, young people feel invincible anyway. When you're young, you feel invincible. Nothing gonna hurt me. I'm young, ain't nothing gonna. That's how you are when you're young. And I know the mentality. That's why I'm always defending Vince. Because the guy that wrote my book, he said, Tony, this is the first book I ever wrote like this. Of all the books I did, he said, I never wrote a book like this. And I said, what you mean? He said, every book that I wrote, and you read them, he said, everything that happened good for that wrestler, they took credit. Everything that happened bad for him, they blamed someone else. He said, you the first person that blamed everybody else for what happened good in your life and blame yourself for what happened bad in your life. I put in my book, my success, I owe to thousands of people. My success, my failure, I owe to one person. I took responsibility for my failure. I didn't take credit for none of my success. None of it. You read my book, you see, Tony, I give credit to you hear me do it on here. Klondike Bill, Johnny Weaver, George Scott. You see me do it all the time. Always giving credit to those that help me. When something goes wrong, who do you hear me blame?
Yourself.
Because that's the only way I can fix me.
Well, let me ask you this, Tony. If a professional wrestler on one of the major league rosters tests positive, how long do you think they should keep them out? Do you think it should just be the suggested 14 days by the government? Do you think a wrestling company should play it safe and perhaps have them stay out a longer period of time where there is that intense physical contact?
That's a big one there. It's hard for me to make a decision for a multi-million-dollar company, and that's you have to be almost a genius to figure that one out. Somehow you have to. It's the damn time, and I can't see what Vince could do to protect the wrestlers and protect his company in the off time. That's where the big problem comes in at. Because Vince Senior told me something, we hated it. Trust me, we hated it. I said, Vince, why you run all these little shows? Vince Senior, not Junior, Senior. He said, I keep the wrestler busy to keep them out of trouble. Vince had to find out a way. See, when he got rid of the territories and all that stuff, they gave wrestlers a lot of free time. So if you smoke pot on your days, now that you got all this free time, you're going to smoke more pot. If you pop pills, you got more free time, so that means you're going to do more of that. If you drink, you got all this free time, so it means you're going to drink more. When you have to work all the time, you do very, very little. That's how I beat my drug habit. I worked a construction job where I had to work 12 hours a day.
Wow.
Then I came home. When I got off work, I went to the gym. I worked out for 1 hour. I used to drag myself home. Monica would feed me, and if Monica was here to say that, she said he would fall asleep sometime at the table.
Wow.
But I sobered up, and I didn't have time for drugs.
Drugs and alcohol.
Drugs and alcohol. And now I got myself programmed where I only drink so much alcohol. I still try to my best to stay with the drug, but I only drink so much alcohol because I got this thing about me. I won't drink until after 6 o'clock.
You like a cold one every now and then.
After 6.
After 6.
After 6. Because I normally go to bed at 9 or 10, and I got to have dinner. So I have my dinner at 6 o'clock every evening, and then after I have my dinner, I have myself a cup of beer.
You have a cold one.
Your stomach's full of food.
Yeah.
So you're going to drink less beer.
Right.
So my wife, to help me, she said, always eat first. Eat first. Then when you get the beer, you're not, you're going to sip it instead of, if you hadn't eaten, that first beer, down like, well, you saw.
Down the hatchet.
You saw me when I was with you. I guzzled that beer. But what I did first before I started drinking.
You ate.
I ate something. We would go get that Chinese food, remember?
Yep, that's right.
And then,
Lotus Chinese food.
You used to buy me a 6-pack, and we were always, the most that I would drink in all them hours was 2 beers, if you know that. The rest we used to put in my refrigerator, remember?
Yeah.
But what if I had sat there and started drinking and not eat?
Like I would.
I would have been drunk.
I would sit there and I'd have those vodka mixed drinks. But I wouldn't have much to eat a lot of the time.
But you would finish all 6 of them. See?
Geez, thanks, Tony.
Well, not really. One time you left 2.
All right, well, there you go. To be fair.
Yeah, you left 2 out of 6 the one time.
But I want to send out some well wishes, Tony, to those that are suffering from COVID in the business right now.
Yes.
Mick Foley is just getting past COVID. He had to isolate himself from his entire family through Christmas and New Year's, and he really took great precautions. I think he was in a hotel for 3 weeks.
Wow.
Our friend Les Thatcher, a longtime friend of Boston Wrestling and the MWF.
Wow, I know Les Thatcher.
Les is 80. He's battling pneumonia along with COVID-19. He refuses to go to the emergency room because he feels it's unsafe. And you know what? Les could be right as far as that goes. I don't know if I'd want to be in an emergency room right now.
He's
with
already
that.
got something. What are you talking about safe? Take your Les. Go to the emergency room.
Les is, I guess, recuperating in a cabin somewhere in, I don't know, Kentucky or Ohio or and Bill and Sue Eady, more friends of the show. Bill Eady came down with it as well as his wife. Their grandson, I guess, passed it along to them, unfortunately. I spoke to Bill. They're feeling sick, but, you know, it's not a death sentence to them.
They won't wear no mask, brother.
What's that?
They won't wear no mask.
I don't know how it came to be. I know it came
I
with
bet you they don't wear a mask.
an interaction with the grandson.
See, here's the problem. I don't care what the politicians tell us. We all have to think for ourselves. I've seen people that go to a store and the lady say, you have to have a mask on. What do you think they do? They get mad at the lady. See? They get mad at her. The lady is trying to protect others and them. They had a guy in Maine not too long ago. He pulled a gun on a lady in Walmart because she told him not to wear a mask.
He pulled a gun on her? Really? Well,
yeah.
Well, I certainly want...
You have a large anti-mask American, a lot of them. They won't wear a mask. They was taught that the mask ain't gonna do you good, that it's all a hoax, it's a work, it's not for real. And once you plant that seed in somebody's head, they're not gonna take precautions. They're not. Look at the invasion of the White House. How many masks you seen? Who you seen with a mask on? There you go. There you go. Thousands and thousands of people all huddled together.
Do you think...
How many of them people you think on January the 6th got COVID now?
I don't know. I haven't
At
reached
least
out and
half.
asked.
At least half.
You think half? You think, whoa. You think 50% of the people that invaded the Capitol got COVID?
You laughed at me the first time when I told you there would be a disease that would kill almost half the people in America. Remember?
Tony, it's not even 1% though at this point.
Brother,
you think it's still going to reach 50?
When is it going to stop?
Well, the vaccine's supposedly coming.
1%. They're what, we at 300 now? 1,000
Almost
people?
400.
400,000 people? It's almost 500,000 people.
Yeah, but that's...
Almost 500,000 people.
But you try to say that... You tried to say that 50% of the country is going to die. It's not even at 1% yet.
What the percentage of the people in America?
It's about 400 million people that live in America.
400 million.
And 400,000 have died, so that's about 1%.
No.
No?
That's more than that. That's more than 1%. How can 1% of the, let's say 500,000 just to round it off.
All right.
Because it's going to be 500,000 pretty soon anyway, in about a month.
You're probably right, sure.
So you got the 400 million, and then you got 500,000. So you almost got almost 1 million people out of 400. Almost by summer, it'd be 1 million people if we don't die for this damn thing in this country. Yeah, because it ain't stopped.
Yeah, I understand the number is rising, but the percentage is very low. You're trying to say, if your number is correct, you're going to say 200 million people are going to die from coronavirus? Really? Well, I mean, you're certainly entitled to your opinion. I disagree with that, but...
I bet you 50% of the people that invaded the White House is going to get
Well, that's two totally completely different things.
That, well, see, and then the protesters that did all that protesting back in Portland, Oregon, and all this stuff, and all these people doing all this stuff, and then they worried about me and you having a freaking wrestling show with 100 people in it.
Oh, don't even get me started on that.
I mean, when you had these riots, when you had these protests, nobody wearing masks. Nobody. How many people you said was at the White House? Just take a guess, a wild guess.
5,000.
5,000 people and no mask.
Here's the thing.
Then they gonna go home to their family.
I've told you before, I think a lot of this is politicized. I think if you're a Democrat, you look at coronavirus as a death sentence. If you're a Republican, you almost look at it like it doesn't exist. I've told you before.
Don't give a
I
what you are.
I register as an independent, so I kind of look at it as somewhere in between.
I think that's where the problem, Dan, to be honest with you, I think that's where the problem. We politicize
You're right.
something. We politicize Cobra when it shouldn't be politicized. Cobra don't care.
I don't think this, even if it's, let's just say it's 100% wrong. I still don't think, just for precautionary reasons, I don't think there's anything wrong with wearing a mask until the vaccine gets out more.
Exactly.
I don't think that hurts anybody.
Exactly. But
And you potentially save someone.
But if you stop, we sat there talking about WWE and Cobra. I just watched them riding on January the 6th.
Yeah.
Like you said, about 500,000 people out there, brother, with no mask for days. When they have all them riding for how many months? 3 months?
Non-stop? Over the
Non-stop
summer. Well,
for
that was
3
over the
months.
summer, yeah.
For all during the summer. Yes, and probably a lot of people going to come down with this stuff. Look at the
Yeah,
numbers.
but Tony, I think after a couple of weeks, it's gone. So even if these 500,000 people did get it, it's gone and they're alive. I don't think 200 million people are going to die.
I do.
Well, I sure hope you're wrong.
I do.
We're going to have the Walking Dead come to life in the United
do.
States of America.
I do.
Well,
I do.
do you think?
Because when you got that many people walking around, not concerned about this virus, see, I learned this in wrestling. One time I was wrestling, and I got color.
The little collar, yeah.
To the wrestling fan, color is another word for blood. With me, I bled.
Yeah.
So I went to old 7-Eleven. There was 7-Elevens everywhere. And Howard Johnson, all up and down. So we would go to Howard Johnson if we stayed there, have beers, or either if we stayed in one of these cheap hotels, we go to 7-Eleven. So I had the bandage wrapped around my head and everything. So I'm getting ready to get out the car. A wrestler named Charlie Fulton said, "Tony, what do you drink?" I said, "I get it." "No, you're not." He said, "You're supposed to be hurt." He said, "You stay in the car." He said, "Because if one wrestling fan see you walking around that store, not hurt, one," he said, "by morning 10 would know. And them 10's got friends, and them 10 would tell 10 more friends." He said, "By the time we come back to this town," he said, more than 1,000 people, will know that
That
Tony
you got that beer.
that I was faking, that I'm not working. He said, "You have to sell it all the way out of town." Mr. Wrestler number 2, one time I wrestled with him, Johnny Walker. God rest his soul. He's another one that deceased, a very good friend of mine. I think we did an episode on him, right?
We did. We talked about his
did,
great career and his him being on the sexual predator list in Hawaii. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Well, a little raping when he was in the military, but.
Oh, well, I
that's
didn't know
all
that part. But
We'll
anyway, to make a long story short,
right.
the guy gave us a check. Well, we didn't trust the check. So we would go to the bank and cash the check. Mm-hmm. 2 wore his mask in the bank. They set up an appointment because Jimmy Carter was from Warner Robins, Georgia. Mm-hmm. And his mother used to come to Columbus, Georgia to watch wrestling all the time. And Wrestler 2 was his mother's favorite wrestler, Jimmy Carter mother. Mm-hmm. Loved wrestling too. So Jimmy Carter invited Wrestler 2 to the White House. Wrestler 2 walked into the White House with his mask. Walked into the banks with his mask. We'd be driving.
But they wouldn't let him in, though, right? I don't think he was able.
They let him in.
He was able to attend the ceremony with the
There's
mask.
pictures on the internet of him.
I thought he was turned away.
Jimmy Carter got him in a headlock. I seen the picture.
I've seen that picture. Yep,
that's in the White House.
Well, let me ask you this, Tony. Vince has put big money into Drew McIntyre defending the WWE Championship against Goldberg at the Royal Rumble. With Drew's a positive COVID test, with the Rumble being January 31st, by the time this episode airs, we may have an answer. But do you think we'll see McIntyre and Goldberg at the Rumble?
Oh, yeah.
You don't think it'll be enough to stop the match?
Nah, they can't. See, it's not up to Vince.
It's up to the medicine, the science. Who's it up to?
McIntyre.
Who?
McIntyre.
Oh, McIntyre.
If he quarantines, but is he going to do it? That's the question we should be asking.
He's a company man. I'd like to think so.
I don't know him that well to make that decision.
What was your
That's why I asked the
experience?
question. See, Drew would be well in time, But it's up to Drew, not Vince.
What was your experience with him when you attended the minor league baseball game together?
Nice kid, but I don't know what he do. I never hung out with him after the show.
Yeah.
I only know how he present himself around Vince, and when he working, But what do Drew do when he's not with Vince?
That's the question.
That's how he got it in the first place.
Right. Well, Tony,
See, if he quarantine himself and do what he should do between now and the show, I would say yes, he would be ready to do the show. But if Drew refused the warning, refused to do, it's hard for a guy young, good-looking, built, to sit in the house for 14 days. Not to be around people, not to go out, not do nothing for 14 days. I mean, it's hard for old fox. Imagine around that third day, he's gonna be going freaking nuts.
Yeah.
So he's gonna say, screw this. That's what happens. I don't know if he got the intestinal fortitude.
really?
In order to go through what need to be done to get himself well. A lot of people say, oh, I could do that. I tried it. Trust me, brother, without that first week, it's rough.
All right.
I
Well,
mean, you get so bored, you get insomnia,
Yeah.
you get irritable. I mean, you want to get out, you want to do
Well-
things. We used to getting out and doing that. And Drew being a young man like he is, I don't know.
let's just hope that he and all the athletes can stay healthy.
Well, I do.
That's what we hope.
But once again, it's not up to Vince. Unless Vince would put all his wrestlers on a 24-hour.
Surveillance, yeah.
That's the only way he could do it. And how you going to do that?
All right, wrestling fans, as we wrap up, Tony, 2 more people affected by COVID I just wanted to send a shout out to. Unfortunately, Linda Marotti and the junior ambassador of Boston Wrestling, little baby Marotti. The 2 of them have come down with COVID too, and they are in.
Is that your family?
Yes, they are. They've had to quarantine now, and it's been rough for them. Again, luckily, like Bill and Suidi, certainly it hasn't required hospitalization, but they've had to quarantine from the world, and they're feeling pretty lousy.
Your kid going to school?
He's had to do cyber school now since March, so it really doesn't make a difference
How did he
either
get
way.
it then? Do you know?
She works in the medical field, so that's probably how it happened.
Yeah.
And you know what?
And she probably got it before they gave her the. Did she get
She
a
hasn't
shot?
even received it yet.
Ooh.
Yeah, because as it's rolled out, she's been quarantining.
In Maine, the nurses and doctors got it. My wife even got it twice.
I can't speak for that. I don't know enough about it, but I know they are very unhappy campers.
Not to get into politics.
Yeah.
Is your governor
We'd never do
Republican or
that.
Democrat?
Republican.
Oh, okay, that's right.
All
You
right.
just said it, didn't you? I mean, first I was against you, but now I'm with you. See, ours is Democrat.
Now, what are you now?
Well, Democrat think more of the people. Republican think more of the economy, not people.
I think that's why I'm an independent then, because I'm somewhere in the
Be
middle.
in between, be in the middle. Because we got a very liberal governor, Janice Mills, and Janice Mills think totally more on the safety of people than the economy itself. Republicans, like look at Florida, they wide open.
Well, the Warlord had some very interesting stories about.
They wide open.
He actually, I don't know if you know this, but he works private security at nightclubs down in Florida, and
yeah,
they're
he
open.
told me, yeah, he said all open. That's what I'm saying. See,
Isn't that something?
no mask. I was down there not
I
too long
don't
ago.
know. And I'll say this: when I was there I think I told you I was there in Orlando back in December, and everyone was on. I gasped.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to go to Florida? But I mean, the sanitary procedures at the airport, the hotel, the amusement park. I have to say, I thought it was top notch.
Yeah,
Maybe because it was
I was there about 2 weeks ago.
in Florida.
Yeah.
Now, what part of Florida?
With Tony Capone.
You went down there for that?
Yeah, I was in that. Yeah.
How did that go?
Well, it went good, but I noticed a lot of stuff. This is what they do. That's what people do. When they come in the building. Remember I just told you about Bill Silver was there?
Yeah.
They come in the door. They got the mask on.
Yeah.
They get on the elevator. They keep the mask on. As soon as they get off the elevator, I've seen it. Everybody does that. They just use the mask to go in and to go out. Once they're in, they take it out.
Well, I can only speak for what I saw with my
And that
experiences.
was 2 weeks ago.
I didn't know you were down there for
Yeah,
that.
with Tony Capone, yeah. I'm his commissioner. I'm the NWAW wrestling commissioner.
I think it was
And I'll tell you, it was the best program that I've ever been to in my life.
Why is that?
Tony put together something that nobody ever thought about before.
Yeah.
The whole show was to honor Bruiser Brody's wife and Hercules Hernandez's wife. And they were showing pictures of Hercules Hernandez. His grandkids all ran over and grabbed Hercules' wife, their grandmother, to hold her up.
Wow.
It was so emotional for her.
It wasn't.
I walked Bruiser Brody's wife down to the ring.
Oh, that was nice.
She turned to me and said this.
Barbara Goodish.
Yep. She said, I can't believe that after 32 years that they still honoring my husband. And I stood there beside her while she watched them tapes of him. Nobody ever think about the families.
You're right.
We talk about Brody all the time. Never how that woman feel. She loved Brody just as much today as she
Maybe
did.
we should have Barbara Goodish in the studio.
I think it'd be a great idea, but people don't pay attention to why. I saw the emotions in these people. Hercules Hernandez's wife couldn't even walk. She was so shocked up. I mean, when you see that, little kids crying when they're looking at their grandpa wrestle, know that he would never be in their life again, you know, and the emotion. And I told to Tony Capone, I said, Tony, you need to keep doing that. I said, every wrestling organization in the world is a heel. You got the only baby face show. Every wrestling show is a heel show. Tony Capone got the only baby face show. That show was all about sympathy for the guys that have put their lives on the line, guys that have died, and they saw the results of the family afterward. It's kind of like, you know, you see that policeman that just died at the White House.
Yeah.
You know? Now we see him, we see the protester, who they never would show.
The victim.
The family.
Of the family of the victim.
When you see the family of the victim.
Just so you know, Tony, we got about 60 seconds, just so we can wrap it up.
The family suffer, never stop.
Never stops.
Never.
Look at Barbara Goodish.
Never.
It'll be 33 years in July.
She said that to me. She said, after 32 years.
Well, I'd like to have Barbara Goodish, maybe even an interview with her at the Cauliflower Alley Club where she's so involved.
She
But a
said,
good woman.
She said, after 32 years.
People still care.
She said, it feels like it was yesterday.
Wow.
Never go away.
Unbelievable wrestling fans, are running out of time here. We hope you enjoyed the show. Again, if you did, give us a big time thumbs up. It helps. If you're in the premiere during the live episode Tuesday night at 10, give us a super chat. It certainly helps us keep the lights on. It helps Tony keep coming down from Maine so we can give professional wrestling legends the platform to earn some income on. There aren't any independent wrestling shows. Autograph sessions are very scarce. It's been 10 months since this virus struck and has destroyed the industry.
Tell about the special. All you special people, 360 Main Street. Put on your tennis shoe, make a donation, stand on my face, just make a donation, and you can step on my face.
For early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider in-studio shoot interviews, for access to our studio shoot interview DVD library that's been heard by millions on YouTube and millions more on the Howard Stern Show, and again, to keep the wrestling legends working, head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Again, for less than a cup of coffee over at Starbucks, you help guys like Tony, his good friend Marty Jannetty, John Cena Senior, the Warlord, Tatanka, Savio Vega, so many more we've had here in studio and want to keep coming. Again, for my partner in crime, Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll be back tomorrow night at 10 p.m. for Wrestling Insider Special Edition, Thursday night at 10 p.m. with Marty Janetti, Friday night after SmackDown with John Cena Senior. Then our talk show week begins again next Tuesday at 10 with Tony. Good night.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at the CYC in Scranton, Pennsylvania, Monday, February the 2nd, 1981. In the opening contest, Yoshiaki Yatsu beat Baron Mikel Cicluna. The Moondogs with the win over Jim Duggan and Yoshiaki Yatsu. S.D. Jones defeated the Hangman. Stan Hansen victorious over Dominic DeNucci. Hulk Hogan beat WWF Tag Team Champion Tony Gurria, and in the main event, WWF Intercontinental Champion Pedro Morales retained the title over Killer Khan. If you are in Scranton Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Senior's Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Johnny, as always, you never know what to expect from Mr. USA Tony Atlas. It's always a good time.
Definitely a good time. And you never know what he's going to say. You never know what he's going to do. And you did rare a little bit of the food. But outside of that, I think you did well.
If Tony tries to navigate from Portland to Boston, he winds up in Chicago first, the way he navigates the roots of life with all of his different stories and experiences. And so that's what I mean. You can come up with one topic, and Tony will eventually get there. But the routes that he takes, he has a GPS in his brain that doesn't function in our cars yet, I guess is the best way to explain it.
But you know what? He gets there, and the stories he tells are amazing. You got to listen to this man because he has so much to say. I hope you all enjoy him because I know I do.
And fans, if you are new to what we do, if you're finding us for the first time here on Week in Review, you can enjoy Wrestling Insiders at your house with Tony Atlas every Tuesday night at 10 o'clock. Moving along, Johnny, it has turned into a new favorite for the fans now. Every Wednesday night at 10 o'clock, we get together after AEW Dynamite and NXT for some in-depth wrestling talk. It's Wrestling Insider Special Edition, where we have, almost like Fox News and CNN, we have rotating guests on the program. This week, it was Nasty Boys Jerry Saggs. Jerry, for over an hour, talked about the big jump that the Nasty Boys made when they were in the middle of a big feud with the Steiner brothers in WCW to take a chance in Vince McMahon's WWF. Tons of insider behind-the-scenes 1990s stories. I think fans of this era are going to love it. I know you were a fan of the episode.
Absolutely. Absolutely a big fan of that.
All right, wrestling fans, kick back, relax. It's time to get nasty on Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, we continue to be nasty here on a special edition of Wrestling Insiders. I'm Dan Marotti, along with our new friend, Jerry Saggs. We continue to break down a tremendous career that is still going strong in 2020, 2021.
Yeah, I like doing what we're doing. I mean, these circumstances are fucked up a little bit, but not a little bit, a lot with the virtual signings and stuff like that. At this point in the stage of the game, we like to get out to these Comic Cons and shows and whatever live events to see our old buddies, and it's almost like everyone's a reunion.
Yeah.
We can hang out and party together and have fun. And the fans get to see us too. I miss that. The virtual thing is okay, but hopefully we get back to normal here. You know.
Knock
Yeah.
on wood, believe me. Believe me. The sooner the better. But let's talk about December of 1990. In the World Wrestling Federation, Ultimate Warrior was the World Heavyweight Champion, the late, great Mr. Perfect, the Intercontinental Champion, Bret Hart, Jim Neidhart, World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions. And enter into the equation, it was kind of a lull in the company at that time. If you look at the house show business in 1990, it was starting to drop a little bit when the Hulkster went off to do a movie. Warrior as the champion wasn't exactly lighting the place on fire. Dusty Rhodes headlining the B teams really wasn't doing much. He had Tugboat headlining some house shows. So WWF, they decided to freshen things up in late 1990 and early 1991. And something to help the cause was to bring Brian Knobbs and Jerry Saggs into the company. How did it come to be? Who reached out to who? What kind of a contract was offered and for how long? And so on.
Well, if you take, things can't just run forever. And, Hulk obviously was cutting off to do those movies and get another shot in the arm there because nothing could top that, that early 80s, that all through the 80s run.
Right.
Those first couple WrestleManias and whatnot is what made the wrestling business what it is today. Back to us, I can't tell that whole story or start with all that. We just talked about that in the other thing, but we had paid our dues pretty much. We're taught the right way. We broke in via Vern Gagne's camp. Brad Reagan was our coach, sent there by George the Animal Steele. Matt Millen made the call for us, our hometown good buddy. Brad introduced us to the first person we meet living in Brad's basement, Kurt Hennig. The next person we met was Hawk, two of the greatest guys in our life. And then we went AWA down to Tennessee, did a year down there, back to AWA, met Steve Kern down there, and then he brought us to Florida. While we were in Florida, we got to be friends with Greg the Hammer Valentine. And his wife, Julie, was friends with Brutus and Hulk, and a lot of the guys at that time lived there while we were wrestling for Florida Championship Wrestling. The Bushwackers, Hulk, Brutus, Macho, everybody lived in that area down there. So we'd run into each other and that type of thing. But we were on our way doing things, and Greg the Hammer said, "Hey, we were wrestling in Florida." Said, "George Scott's a good buddy of mine." We were talking about Pat Patterson also before. George Scott was the booker for WWE prior to Pat Patterson, and him and Johnny Walker, Lou Thez, Paul Jones, and those old timers were bringing back the NWA in Charlotte. And so we started flying. Me, Robert Fuller, and Knob started flying up and taping TV up there, and ended up living in Charlotte and coming back and forth to Florida. Well, we met Gene Anderson there, and at that time, Ole Anderson came in to book at the WCW. Now, this is the late 80s, and Gene told Ole about us. We went back to Florida for a while to wrestle. Ole Anderson showed up, and at that time, as you're saying about the WWF at the time, he was looking to bring an influx of new talent into WCW. He saw us wrestle at the Sportatorium, and Ole went right to Mike Graham and said, "I want to bring these guys up," and asked them all about us. And Mike was like our dad. Steve Kern, we were there because of him. He weaned us and took care of us because of Kurt telling Steve Kern about us, and us meeting Steve Kern in Tennessee. We went back to Charlotte, where we lived at the time. And Gene came up to us, Anderson, and said, "Ole wants me to bring you guys down to tape the television show." We went, "Okay." Little did we know it was Clash of the Champions.
Oh, wow.
And I think it was Clash of the Champions in Asheville, North Carolina. So we went from Charlotte to Asheville in Gene's old car. There was gas pouring out of the carburetor, no air conditioning, clunker. We thought it was going to blow up. We get there, and we end up we're going to put you on the Clash of the Champions, Ole says. I mean, this is how things went back then. There's a lot of it was off the cuff. And I'll tell this again, when your time comes and you're handed that ball, you better be fucking ready.
Right.
Because it might not come again. So he put us together with Terry Taylor and I think it was Bobby Fulton. Okay, or was there two Fultons, right? Bobby's kid just did somebody. I think Bobby Fulton, Terry Taylor. Terry Taylor goes, hey, you know, we were very close. Sean told me a lot of good stuff about you. And really, Terry took care of us. We developed a match where we took some double hellacious bumps and stuff. And we were nervous as hell, but it was a live Clash of the Champions. Mm-hmm. I don't remember what match we were or whatever, but it got over. And then after it, thank you, but that was mainly because of Terry Taylor and them guys working with us, because they could have dumped us at that time.
Right.
And, you know, but he took care of us. And we really, it got over, the match did good. We go back to Charlotte with Gene. We wrestled there a little more, and we go back to Florida, and come back again to Charlotte to tape TV, and Gene goes, hey, Ole wants you guys to come to Atlanta to tape television. And we said, great, you know, and we didn't have no deal, no nothing. That's how it was back then. He goes, I'll give you $300 for whatever a day to tape a TV. We said, great, it was good money to us, you know. All right, and like you were talking about contracts, how that went.
Yeah.
Because we were just glad to have the break, so we'll put you on TV. So then we wrestled. We just went out and went, you know, this could be our chance. We did our whole nasty shtick and went crazy. Next thing, we kept coming in, and he brought us in. And then we came and moved that we were WCW. He goes, listen, I'll give you so and so much a night, not much money. And he brought in, I think, at the same time, Art Barr, which was Jesse Barr's younger brother. He was going as the juicer. Roddy Piper broke him into business. We met him in Japan when he was just a kid. Eddie Guerrero was just a kid, and Chris Benoit were young, just starting. And they were wrestling lightweight in Japan. So we knew Art Barr. And another kid from JW Storm, a couple other guys. But the ones that made it out of it were, out of all the people Ole brought in at that time, were just me, Knobs, and maybe he was the juicer. He's passed away since then. But we started doing TVs. And we land in Chicago. We're doing the Pavilion. And this is another thing. He goes, Ole calls us over and says, I want you two to go out before the show and do a live interview with these people. Okay. And there's another thing. When you're handed the ball and you go out there and you take a shit,
Yeah.
I go, we were nervous as hell. But we've been through this before because of their experiences, how we were taught. Our experience at AWA and Tennessee and everything down there. We go out and like we owned it. And basically I started the thing, go, first of all, you know, in a way, roundabout way, we ain't no South Side scumbags. We're New York City prime. You're deserving, you know, and the place is the rut. And me and Knobs cut an interview, come back, and it got over. The people wanted, we were almost murdered because of calling them Southside scum. And we knew how to tweak them. We wrestled in the AWA in Chicago, different thing. That Pavilion was a close thing at the university down there. You know what I mean? And then this is how this whole thing progressed. It was not like, it wasn't written down, no writers, no nothing. Old school. Ole goes, he seen it got over, and he saw what we were doing on TV. So he calls us again. He goes, we're gonna tape something. I'm gonna set up you to wrestle these Steiner brothers for Halloween Havoc or down the road. Let's do a signing, contract signing for the belts. Mm-hmm. And then maybe, mix it up a little bit, like the old boxing things, and Muhammad Ali, and we go, okay, we'll mix it up a little bit. So this is all just so the Steiners. We walk out. The people are already mad at us. We just keep getting the heat, screaming at them, "F you," tell them to F off and that kind of thing, and they're throwing shit and everything. They have a table set up with the contracts, and now the Steiners come out, big pop. Oh, they're barking. You know, we never worked with them yet or nothing like that. And you know, and Ole in his head thought, you know, these amateur guys, these crazy bastards with these crazy bastards, he's thinking this could work. So we go out, they sign the contract, we signed the contract, and the Steiners didn't know this. We didn't tell them not anything we were going to do. And me and Knobs picked the belts up off the table and look at them, and you know, we hold them up, the people boo, and then we just turn, and I hit Ricky Steiner in the face as hard as I could with that belt. Blew his eye open from here to here.
Really?
Busted him open, bam, knocked him, and then it just late, Knobs went right over the table and punched Scotty in the face. But same thing, whapped him with the belt. And it was a crazy flurry of intense fighting that hasn't been seen like that on TV in a long time. And
it's missing from the business right now.
And it got over. It was so real and so intense, it got over. Okay, now we go and start with the Steiners wrestling around the horn. All the way up from that time in spring, or whenever that was, all the way through to the apex of it, which was the Halloween Havoc match. That match, nobody could follow. I think Rick and I mean, Randy was there, or it was Rick and Lex. The matches that had to come after it, because at the end of that match, Knobs got beat with the Frankenstein. It was such a brutal match. And then, to get our heat back, we took and bludgeoned them, and then we posted Ricky 5 times or so, or into the steel post, double posted him, and then Scotty chased us, we ran off. And it had such a overwhelming, I mean, the noise, you would not believe, it could hurt your ears, the reception that match got. That was what propelled us to the next level. After that match, now in that match, Scotty got me back in a way because he pelted me with on the back of the chair. The top of the chair put a 2-inch gash in the back of my head.
No, jeez.
When I got Scotty in a Boston Crab, I'm like this. All of a sudden I see blood dripping down the blood's coming from back up here, but I'm like this, choking him in a Boston Crab, or the Camel Club, whatever it was. I think I had his legs in the Boston Crab or the Camel Club. And I'm going like this, and there's blood. I go, what the hell? Where'd that come from? I got hit in the head, but I realized there's a big cut in the top of my head. After that whole Halloween Havoc match, Ole goes, now he's really thinking, he's putting it together. He goes, all right, Scotty Steiner, you're gonna do a live interview about us hurting your brother and the Nasty Boys. He goes, Sags, put this on. I go, what? He goes, I got this cut in my head. He goes, fuck that cut. And I got, what about they wipe the blood off his face? You know, he gives me a beard and a vendor hat, and then hands me a big bin like a vendor with popcorn. He goes, when Scotty's doing an interview, you come up like a popcorn man, and then you guys beat him up. I went, okay. My head's bleeding. I'm right after the match, and there's Scotty, spit flying out. Eric Bischoff, I think, did the thing. You nice, because we knocked his brother out after the thing. We're coming back, and I'm in popcorn, you know, and then all of a sudden they're talking there, and I'm in the background. You see me back there, raise up the thing. I had a board. I put a piece of plywood in the thing, in the bottom.
Okay, yeah.
So because I had something to hit a plywood under there, thick piece I found backstage underneath, so I'd have a board to hit him with the thing, and then put the popcorn on top, and bam, busted over Scotty Steiner's head. He goes down. Now Knobs comes out and joins me. We beat the living shit out of him, and it just went from there over the top. And this is how fast things happen in the business. And like I'm saying, we paid enough dues, 5-6 years, territory to territory, learned, worked with the right people around the top of the business at the right times to learn off of. When that ball was handed it to us, we knew what to do with it. And that's because it was still territories to go to and work and learn. And that match put us in a whole nother light. And it was seen at that perfect time you're talking about when WWE wanted to revive their thing. Now, they knew, well, what's it, the LOD against the Hearts or this, we fit a void to come in there and mix things up. And at that time, now that got over, here we are getting X amount of dollars per night. Now we got a contract that nobody would turn down. And it came down, I think we were in, what town? Somewhere in Georgia at a TV. And I think it was Jim Ross, was Paul Heyman, was Paul Dangerously was there. I'm pretty sure he was there. But he had nothing. But Jim Ross was with Jim Herd. He was Turner's head guy. Came and they put us in a room. And they puts the contracts down. You know what I mean? Well, we want to have you here. You know, it was a probably 3-4 couple year deal for a lot of money. Low end $300,000 to $500,000 each, which where we are making a couple hundred, $300-400
$300 a night. You said.
And now that's how this works. It goes. But they didn't already know. After Halloween Havoc, we went home. That we had already met Hulkster in Florida and went to his house. He came to our restaurant with his family. He invited to the house. At the house, when we were at Florida Championship Wrestling, was Vince McMahon, Shane, Pat Patterson, the Bushwackers, Greg Valentine, Macho Man, Brutus, all the gang was there. And we were just at Florida Championship Wrestling, and he invited us over. You know, because we had the nod from Greg. Hey, these guys are pretty cool. Yeah. We were being in the room with movie stars at the time. We were this lowly Florida Championship Wrestling champs, you know. But we were there. Hawks come over. He came to eat at a restaurant. Said, come over to the house. All the guys are coming in town. And then so we met and that type of thing. So after Halloween Havoc, we went home. And then Hulk calls up Knobs, goes, hey, it was a great time. He goes, listen, Vince wants to talk to you guys. Knobs goes, shut up. That's what he, this is after the Halloween Havoc. Before we went back to get those contracts put in front of us. And Knobs will tell you the story too, but Hulk goes, no, I'm serious. And I go, okay. So Vince called me and Knobs and said, I want you guys to come in, and laid it out. And we went back to TV, and we went back to television. But before that, we talked to a few people and some guy said, don't go. Take this money. You can't pass this money. You take it. One guy, and that I'm pretty sure, and it was the same guy again. It was Terry Taylor. Goes, listen, I know what these guys are telling you. I know that money sounds good right now. But if Vince McMahon's calling you at this point in time, this could make and break your career, because you got to make it up there to make it everywhere else.
Right.
So me and Knobs said, all right. Me and Knobs talked about it a little bit, so we knew what we were going to do. About an hour later, Jim Ross and Jim Herd and then pull us in the office and go, here, boom, they put the contract down and glad we want you to be here. We go, we're sorry, but we're going to turn this contract down. We're leaving for to go work at WWE. Yeah. And that Jim Herd went, God damn it, and fucking threw the contracts in the air. And Jim Ross goes, you're making a big mistake. And then he went to this, and I think it was Jim Ross went to the Steiner and said, fucking beat him. Fucking, and they said, I have no problem on the way. The Steiner said, and the Steiners actually said, respect. Said, no. They said, we'll do what we want to do. Because we had that bond with them. We put them over everywhere and worked. We're the only team that they not only did they put us to another level, we by having those great matches put them as a tag,
that hot angle,
a tag team to another level. We did that together, and there was a bond with us and the Steiners ever since that time. So we did it. And that was the last time we saw him, you know what I mean, until we came back. When we came back to WCW in '94 or whenever the hell it was.
Yeah.
You know, after our run with and then going in to WWE, which I say now, but it was WWF, and there was no big. Vince McMahon told us outright. He said, "We don't sign guarantees here," and it was at the independent wrestling contract. You know, you sign, I give you the ability to work, but he goes, "I guarantee I'll make you more money." And we took his word, and we did. We took his word for it, and we just did it. You know what I mean? It's a risk, but like the timing is everything.
Right.
That match pushed it to the next level, which led us to the biggest match of our career. If there's one match, people always ask. There's a lot of great ones in there. The Rockers at Royal Albert Hall, and you know, Macho and Ultimate Warrior, and so many. All the tag teams we wrestled. The tag teams were huge back then. Integral part of the whole card.
An important part of the show instead of an afterthought like it is now.
Yeah, or just throwing two guys that don't know each other. Hawk and Animal grew up together. The Harlem Heat grew up together. Brett and Jim were brother-in-laws. You know, Sean and Marty were together for years before we worked with them in WWE. We had some of the greatest matches, but that led. We first worked. Undertaker left. He was Mean Mark. He left a month or so before us. We came right after him. We came into WWE at the same time, mentioning our great old friend there, the bearer of the urn, Mr. Bear himself, at the same time. And so we were sort of coming up at the same time. Undertaker stayed there for 30 years. We were asked politely to leave. You know, he had a little longer of a career than us. Maybe made a few more dollars.
One or two, yeah.
Yeah, a couple bucks. But you know, it is what it is. We are who we are. But that led to one of the greatest matches ever. And I talked to, you know, not becoming friends, and I'm talking about the Hart family is like family to us. Brett, Davey, we stayed at Stu's house with Davey, and were ribbed by him there, and Brett and Owen and all the Harts, and Diane and Ellie, and I knew Harry, Natty when they were little kids. They were at my house, you know what I mean? But to wrestle, even Brett talks today, he goes, yeah, I watch that over and don't realize what a great match we had at WrestleMania 7. And it was the highlight of our career. You know what I mean? It was wrestling the Harts, and we wrestled them up through the whole loop around, coming all the way up to that final match. And nobody called that one. You know what I mean?
I don't think a lot of people expected it. As a young fan, I didn't.
And we had tremendous amount of old school heat by stealing those belts because they loved the Anvil and Brett were over. You know what I mean? But our job, I knew, in the long run was to get as much heat as we can. And that Pat Patterson was a genius by throwing us in there with those mixes with Macho Man and all that stuff. And anytime we could catch heat. And when we won, we go back in the backstage area at WrestleMania 7. Who's standing in front of us is Donald Trump and Vince McMahon. And who's doing our interview? Trump's wife, Marla Maples. Vince goes, nobody touch Marla, and, you know, take it easy. And that meant, to me, I saw Vince's eyes, meant, you know, rough her up if you want, you know. And then so Donald Trump and Vince are standing there, and Marla Maples is doing the interview. Who walks in with champagne? Roddy Piper, the Mountie, Dino Bravo, all heels at the time. Yeah, and we're screaming, dumping champagne, and just getting furious amounts of heat. And that heat carried. I mean, coming to Boston and Chicago, and then coming with the LOD chasing us, it was selling out everywhere. Did tremendous amounts of business.
Marty said that she was pretty pissed that she got doused with the champagne.
Who? Oh,
Marla Maples.
Yeah, she was. Because she didn't know it, but you know, I think Vince and Trump were laughing.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And now I'm sure Don would, after he leaves the White House, go, "I'm glad you doused her champagne. She divorced me a couple of years later." You know, you know what I mean? I'd like to see that over. I've never seen it since. I don't know if it's on those old WrestleMania
Probably
things.
on the old WWE Network.
Yeah, it might be on there, but it was classic. I'll tell you that.
What were your first thoughts of Vince McMahon when you met with them?
Just very, very business, like a straight up, straight talking, no nonsense, just businessman. You know what I mean? But it didn't take him long to get tired of our antics. You know, we were at a stage where life when we got the hit start when we were young there, and we were pretty. You know, we had that this right here in Boston. We had Shane with us along on the road, a lot of our road trips, and we were in a crazy time, 300 days a year on the road, and partying with Hawk and just Sean and Marty and the whole gang, Kurt. I mean, it was a rough road, and we got into some crazy shit. I mean, crazy stuff. You know what I mean? But back in the day, the name of the game wasn't going somewhere and sitting there for 90 years. You did your run, which our job we did was we wrestled with the Hearts, and then our run with LOD. When that came to an end, we were going to do like a babyface thing, and the thing on it was on the end of that was WrestleMania 10. We got bumped out because
Or 9.
Or 9, but it was in Vegas. Yeah, that was our last WrestleMania, which we were gonna work. We worked the program all the way up with Money Inc. And at the last minute, I think Hulk had gotten an accident or something happened, but he that same night, the same thing, Brutus got in that accident and hurt his face. His face got torn off of his face on the parasailer hit him. And he wanted to come back. So Hulk put Brutus with him, and it was a last minute thing. And they bumped us out of the spot and put themselves in there with things. So Hulk that night beat Yokozuna, and they beat Money Inc. for the belts, which was our spot. And after that, we were pretty much, you know,
You were gone within a month or two.
Yeah, we were. No, not because because of the way we acted. We were called into the office, and we said we want to, you know, we were being. It was pretty much known. We knew we were going, and they knew it was time. You know, and Vince gave us a full release. We flew right from there and flew right to Atlanta and drove right to one CNN Center and went up to Dusty's office and said, well, we're done up there. Here's a release. You know, and the rest was history. That's how it worked.
And you were in pretty quick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we were
you
there
were
right
real
there.
quick.
We knew
Yeah.
what we wanted to do. It was time to go. And that was the norm back then, because you don't want to sit in a place for long. The guys that could, like Sean, Brett, and Taker, there was guys that, two guys that should have never left WWF was Kurt and Brett, because they were born and bred
Brett for sure.
WWF guys. You know what I mean? They should have never left there. I wish they would have never, but they did, and stuff happened. But we did. And I'm glad we did, because those are the best times we had in our lives, or those next years coming into down to working back with Turner. We had different clout. We had that run behind us. Ric Flair did the same thing. He jumped up, had a run, and came back the same time as us. We were all back together. And right after we got there, believe it or not, then that revivement thing of the 90, now in 93, 94, was sort of fizzling again. And Vince was then now saying, let's telling Randy and Terry, you know, you're sit back, your careers in the ring are over. And they're like, no, they're not. You know, it really made Macho Man mad. I know it made Hulk mad. Now all of a sudden, here comes our old crew. Now all the guys, we're down there already. Here comes behind us, Hulk, Mach, Duggan, Boss Man, the whole, you know, all of us, Haku and Barb.
Do you know what I think?
You know what I mean?
Even more credibility was before you had those guys make the big jumps. You had Bobby Heenan and Mean Gene come in first to give fans the soundtrack that they were familiar with before you saw Hogan, before you saw Macho and those types of guys.
And then
I think that really helped.
And then once that was there, the company really changed a little bit. It was becoming of its own. It wasn't like it's all the old WWE guys, but it gave them new life. You know what I mean? And that led into the Monday Night War start. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
A story I could tell you is we came back from Japan, and we spent time in Japan. I met Chris Benoit with Davey Boy because he came from Calgary, and earlier, and Chris had a long mullet, and we wrestled him and that kind of stuff. And Chris spent time with us and Rick Rude on the road in Florida, and then he left for Japan. So we were in Japan with Eddie Guerrero, Chris Benoit, and we just flew back, and we were already contracted. We signed a big deal with Turner after WWE. We came back from Japan because we were allowed to go both. We had it in our deal. We go to Japan, we wanted to go back and forth. And I walked in the center, I came home, and the phone rang, and it was Eddie. And Eddie who was living in El Paso, Sags, do you think, you know, and this is the God's honest truth, I'm not just saying this, he goes, do you think you can, you know, mention my name to the guys there? I'd like maybe to try to come into WCW. I go, oh, for sure, Eddie, hell yeah. We knew Hector, Mondo, and Chavo from AWA, who brought them in. We wrestled them and all that kind of stuff. And I think Hector was with us he was down there with Bobby Jaggers and them in Tennessee with us. So we knew the whole Guerrero family. So I walk into center stage, and I had that in my after Japan in my head, and who's standing up next to the ring? It's Arn Anderson, Kevin Sullivan, and Ric Flair. And Rick came back with us from his run up there. And I said, they go, hey, well, you know, welcome back, the whole thing. I said, yeah, a great time over there. We're all telling stories about Japan. I go, listen, I wanted to tell you, you know Hector, Mondo, and Chavo. They got a younger brother, Eddie. And I said, you got to see these guys. Him and Benoit were tagged up over there. You should see these guys work. And I told Kevin Sullivan was booking, and Rick and Arn go, you kidding? I go, yeah. He goes, they want to come in. You ought to call them. Sullivan goes, and we were standing, us four, next to the ring. Kevin Sullivan goes, you know, we're making this new show on, it's going to be called Nitro, to go against Raw. And what I was telling you in another interview, we're looking for the quick-moving, lightweight guys to put in between the big matches so people don't flick the channel back and forth. To keep them in thing. Don't go to a boring.
Great variety.
They'll turn on WWF's show. You know what I mean? Back. Then he goes, that sounds really good. So here comes that same day, we wrestled on TV, and we were up to re-sign, and we just got back from Japan. Who's sitting in the audience with Ted Turner and Jane Fonda at center stage? And we were, you know, coming off a tour of Japan. You're like a machine. A whole different style of wrestling, close to AWA, amateurish, but I mean, you're like a maniac machine as far as wrestling goes. And we came out, and Chris spotted off the boat from Japan. We were over there for 2-3 weeks, just annihilated, bam, super, and over action packed. Turner sent his guy back, gave me a card, the head of Turner Sports. Mr. Turner wants you guys signed back, re-signed as soon as possible.
Wow.
Go to the phone, and once we had Ted say, you know, these guys are here, and I don't care what anybody says. Me and Knobs had a ticket to steal. We could do anything. Anything we wanted to do. No, we could say, F off. We did whatever we wanted to do. But a long thing out of that came, and that's how the business worked. Eddie comes in. I said, hey, you happy? And he was just working by himself in that thing. Not a year or two later, Eddie, Dean Malenko, and Chris Benoit turning down $500,000 to $800,000 a year and telling Turner to get screwed. We're leaving for WWF.
Oh well, no, they
what I mean?
quit.
And the rest of that's history. And to come back to that same scenario, who came in when we came back from WWF, who came in and he wrestled as Paul Levesque, like a.
He was Jean Paul.
Jean Paul,
yep.
yeah, and it was Triple H.
Yep.
And he was, we became real close friends, and he was either with Arn and Rick and that crew carrying on, or he hung out with me and Knobs. But he never wouldn't drink or party or nothing, but just want to be around all the screwing around going on, laughing and having a fun time. And the same thing happened. And I told him that at Ric Flair's birthday party, because it came all of a sudden, his turn came. And he called me and Knobs to the back. And he goes, hey, I want to ask you guys, because you guys did this before. He goes, Vince McMahon's calling and wants me to go up there. And it was me, Knobs, and him in the back, behind the curtains and all that. Well, I said, well, this is what happened to us. All these people said, no, 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 stay and everything. One guy told us not to, and we went, and you got to go. We said, you got to go. And I said, if you go up there, hang around our two best friends. You go and talk to Shawn Michaels, who we brought up in the business with, and Shane McMahon, and you get with him. So I joked with them at Ric Flair's party and said, wow, we never told you to swoon the boss's daughter and take over the company. We just told you to be friends with our buddies, you know. And that's the God's honest truth. And I swear, we sent them up. You know what I mean? Now, you know, that's how things in the business happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Another story like that I could tell you that's funny as shit. Me and my wife, we just broke into WWE. And now we knew Diamond Dallas Page because he managed Paul and Pat Tanaka and Paul Diamond, who we had a big street fight run with in Tennessee. It really got over. We were selling out Mid-South Coliseum. When we went back to AWA, they followed us in to AWA. And Diamond Dallas Page managed them. And what's going on?
He was just giving me time cues, and I can't see without my glasses.
Okay, so should I keep talking?
Keep going, brother.
Yeah. So Diamond Dallas Page managed Paul and Pat in AWA. Wahoo brought him in because he knew him from Florida and stuff like that. And Dusty had him manage the Big Steel Man at Florida Championship Wrestling. That was Tugboat. He was Big Steel Man in Florida. Me and my wife were leaving we weren't even married yet. We're leaving the gym where all of us worked out there. You remember Johnny Green?
Johnny Green?
Johnny Green was a Macho Man's sidekick. He was a manager in WCW. He owned a gym in
Johnny
in
Green.
Florida.
No, the name doesn't ring a bell.
We were leaving there, and I heard a horn blowing. It's Diamond Dallas Page and Kimberly. So they pulled me over in the car, and he goes, "Hey, brother, I said, how you doing?" He goes, "I see you guys are up in thing." He must have been leaving the gym or something. He goes, he asked, "Can you get me?" I said, "Page, you just can't go right up there." I know he was really trying hard to go up to the WWE. And I go, "Listen, something that, because I said, we just got in there and we're working. Dusty just left and he went back to WCW. Why don't you call him, because he's, that would be a better start." That's how we went WCW then there. So Page did that, and Dusty's wife ended up renting him or selling the house right next door. The guy who we met that came in after being living in Chicago, worked for AWA in the little office, Eric Bischoff. Page moves next door to Eric Bischoff after I told him, and then, how it happened to DDP. He ended up the champion, the whole deal on Jay Leno, the whole 9 yards. You talk about how things happen in the business.
Oh, and from what I was told, things were really happening between those two homes.
Oh, yeah.
Things were really happening between those two homes.
I don't know anything about that kind of shit, but I just know that his career blossomed then.
It sure did.
But that's how, like I'm saying, about the timing is everything, and that's just the nature of the business. And you got to be. That's why I feel bad sometimes for the younger kids, because sometimes they end up hot-shotted,
right?
Where they go through the training center, and whether you like it or not, you're coming up. We go do this, and if you're not ready, you might, although you didn't work, you might not ever get that chance again. It's hard, because now I understand what we were talking about, the old timers, down to television and pay-per-views. There's no more small territories. They tried to recreate that with Louisville and Florida Championship Wrestling and small territories. Booker T had one that the kids could go learn. But it still wasn't the same as like when we went to Tennessee. You were really on your own.
Right.
You know what I mean? You were making only this much money, and you had to do what you had to do to survive. You're working, driving every night to a different town. No time off. Every day of the week, not a night off for a year in Tennessee.
Wow.
You know what I mean? That's how you learn.
That's how you
That's
really
how you know what I mean?
pay your dues, break in and learn.
And not only that, but the what they got to go through just getting through the airports now.
Right.
We used to come flying up with the Sheik. Sheik Bubba would take his bags, go hold the gate up. I'd go return the car. Niles would check us in, and we'd all run like OJ to the damn gate, and through security. Now you got to show up 3 hours early and go through this and that, and this just when you're on a plane every day at 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, every day you're meted with a flight. Think of putting up what they have to do now, right?
I couldn't imagine having to do that 3 or 4 days a week.
They got a hard. The young kids don't have an easy road ahead of them with the way the business is transformed. Like I said, it's
the Corona has almost been like a vacation for them, where they camped out pretty much.
Yeah.
For the one event each week in the same city, it makes it a little easier.
Yeah. And you're just producing television.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So.
When you first got to WWF, when did you learn that you were going to be paired with Jimmy Hart to try and give you a little bit of rub?
Oh, that was awesome. We go, Jimmy was a great heel manager. I mean, he was with Adrian. I think he was with Earthquake.
Yeah.
And that was that. I'm almost certain it had to do with Pat. We had a long talk about Pat Patterson, and God bless him, passing away and stuff. But it was the thing, the old school way. How much, the more heat you get on you when you're a heel, the more money you draw. And the money's made by the baby faces chasing those heels. And some of the greatest heels in the business are what made the most money in the business. Roddy Piper told us early on, says, listen, there's no medium. They got to hate you or love you. But you got to do one or the other. If you want to hate, you got to really make them hate you. You can't be in the middle or you're nothing. He told us that. Another thing he told us, Roddy, coming back to Roddy, was going to the ring. Something that was never he said that. He goes, when you walk out, the one time that camera is only on you is that walk from the curtain to the ring and what you do. The rest is on a match and everything else. Take your time. Do what you want. And the rest of that came, coming back to the old story about Gorilla ribbing us, and that was when we were in AWA. Snuka was already there. Adrian Adonis, we picked up at the airport. Bob Orton, we picked up at the airport. Coming off that hot early 80s run, they came in and branched off, took a break, and came into AWA after that run to work on Vern's TVs. One of the first TVs in Minot, South Dakota that Adrian actually worked on with us. I think we might have drove together or been with him and Kurt or something. Adrian came up to us after a match, goes, so, you're saying you're nasty boy. Well, you're out there grabbing headlocks and thing. And he goes, well, we're like, what do you mean? Well, you take a pin out of your pocket, stab it in their eyeball, spit in their face, kick them in the balls, take somebody's face and rub it in your partner's armpit. And we went, that's how we got the armpit, by guys like that saying, to make our nasty gimmick, you know what I mean, about the thing. And as coming into WWE, how do we dump more heat? With squealy Jimmy Hart, hey, baby. And Jimmy is like a real manager to us. You know what I mean? As Fuji was to guys, as Bobby was to guys, mentor. Jimmy was a stickler. We'd be, no matter how hungover or whatever, we would be at TV the first ones and get in the interview. Because there were 16 interview booths, and you had 60 interviews to do, 15, 20 in each booth for around the world and all the shows and everybody wrestled in every town. And me and Knobs and Jimmy, we had a click where we were one-take wonders, man. You had to blast those son of a bitches out. If not, you'd be there all day.
All day, yeah.
Because you had Jimmy would have us there early, on time, He was a stickler for all that extra stuff, the music, the pictures, the photo shoots. Jimmy's idea was he drug us out of bed in Paris, took us down, then he ribbed me, get all dressed up for this thing. We went down and had I forgot his name, the old WWE photographer, met us at the Eiffel Tower.
Steve Taylor?
Steve Taylor, great guy. He was responsible for all those pictures. Jimmy had the idea of us standing in front of the Eiffel Tower. He got on the ground and did an upshot of us and our nasty shit at the Eiffel Tower. It was one of the most iconic, I think, photo shots we ever did for WWE, that one. That kind of stuff Jimmy put together. All that music, that tape with Simon Cowell, the WrestleMania, the Nasty song. All that was Jimmy, and the heat that he dumped on us, a pile of it, and that was all Pat's thinking in the old school way, and also with keeping us in stuff with attacking Warrior when he's going to the, us doing it and dumping more heat on us and adding more excitement to their angle for Warrior and Macho Man going into that SummerSlam match and all that stuff. That's the old school thinking, just like Ole was doing. We were talking about it was just done off the cuff like that, thinking how before the match, no writing 3 months before, nothing like that. Pat thinking, we need to how do we get more steam in the situation? We need to put some match under the son of a bitch, and he throw us into there. When Warrior's ready to beat Randy or Sarge or whoever it was, bust into the cage and just start going crazy. And it was crazy. And we got heat and tons of heat. People wanted to kill us. That meant, as far as, remember what Roddy said, we were doing our fucking job.
Right.
Okay?
Exactly.
That's what we were there to do. And we did it well. Sometimes too well.
Maybe a little too well. Hey, but that's all right. Living the gimmick. Your television taping debut, Tampa, Florida, December of 1990. An infamous incident took place with Marty and Sean. They took on Lanny Poffo, and I believe the man's name was Chad Austin. He broke his neck in the ring, taking the rocker dropper the long way.
Yeah.
Several years later, he was wound up awarded $26 million. I don't think he ever recouped that much, but it wound up costing Marty $500,000 out of pocket. Any memories of the injury that took place to the man that night on your big debut?
That may have cost Marty $500,000?
It cost him, yeah.
Why?
Because he sued, I think, both Marty, Sean, and the company.
Well, it was our first TV in. And at the time, when it happened, we were so enthralled in what we had to do and what we were doing. I didn't realize something that serious did happen that night. Because we wrestled, it was North Tampa at, I think, USF Sundome.
The Sundome, yep.
The new center where the Lightning play wasn't built yet, down in downtown Tampa. And the Sundome was the spot. And we were so hung up on what we had to do and get done in our first TV, I didn't know that it happened. I know for a fact that I could say Sean and Marty never hurt anyone in the ring. They were just too good of workers. I know they did some type of high-risk move. I never seen it over. I don't know if the kid did something wrong.
It was just a rocker dropper, which you see often enough.
I did see the thing, and it was a very unexperienced kid in the ring. I saw it was something where his head's down, right? Before whoever comes off with the rope with the last punch, but he does something first. They do to him. The way he almost positioned his head, like it looked like to me like nobody would want to break their neck, but I'm like, what the F are you doing, kid?
Right.
There's nothing else that could happen but you to break your neck. Because you just put your face and take the flat face bump. But like when I remember seeing it now in a replay, there was recently it was shown over on I don't know, on YouTube or something.
Oh, really?
But I remember seeing it, and it's almost like when he was ready to do it, he pointed his head straight down. And it was in any instance, you got to protect yourself and take your own bump. Because they're just doing their move.
Right.
Was it with their feet or something on them? Or
you run up and you put the leg over the guy's head. The head would be kind of under the knee, and you go straight down.
But I remember seeing him putting his head to where nothing could happen but an injury out of it. You know what I mean? Now, whose fault is that? The kid was green, and back then they used those type of guys in those enhancement they called it, matches. Do you want to see somebody get hurt like that? fuck no, it's a horrible thing. But I know in my heart that Shawn and Marty would never hurt somebody purposely, and they never, I mean, them guys were such good workers, you would never even know, you know what I mean, that you're getting hit or anything by them. You know what I mean?
$500K even now would be a lot of money. Never mind 1990.
I didn't know that cost him that kind of thing. I thought that, you know, because it happened in the ring. I don't know the laws back then. You know what I mean? I didn't know that. But that's a lot of cash that if Marty had to pay that, it sucks.
Yeah.
It does suck. Because I don't know why it would be on him. You know what I mean? I don't.
Right.
But I don't, but actually at the time, I don't remember it. I don't remember it happening.
The trial and whatnot didn't take place until you guys were already back in WCW. It was '94 when it was all settled.
Oh, we were gone.
But the incident took place, like you said, the night you debuted in December of '90.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you started to work the house show loop after you did a few TVs to become familiar with the fans. Your first regulars on the house shows were Luke and Butch, the Bushwackers. Your memories are working with our friends from down under.
Well, at first I was worried, you know, that coming off of, you think about, because really, Butch and Luke were great. They were the sheep herders.
Ultra-violent.
They were doing like what we were doing when they were younger.
Right.
But, you know, the Bushwhacker thing was more of a little, the yay and thing like that. But, so I thought, is this going to be like a more of a joking around to take off of the seriousness we had going with the Steiners and in the kind of thing? So we just did our nasty thing on Butch and Luke, and we became best friends, and it even got more heat because those assholes, they're just these guys that want to have fun and love the people, and we beat the living shit out of them. But I'll tell you what, but those Scud missiles were coming, you know, because the war happened and all that. And Butch came back and goes, mate, I thought I got hit with a Scud missile. So we were the whole thing we were called. Then Butch started Luke Scudda. They call us Scudda because we would attack them from behind. It felt like because they were used to that. It felt like someone like a Dick Butkus was nailing them from what they're used to working as. But we had great matches with them. It got over, and to this day, they're two of our best friends. They're two of the greatest guys you ever want to meet in life. And that's how we started. But it was a stepping stone of learning how to get heat on that type of guy. And it was basically, you know, ripping them apart. You know what I mean? We put over their stuff for, you know, and then we did our thing. And it just built heat and made the people mad that what we did to them, you know. We were pretty violent. So
perfect. They were kind of the undercard of the name tag team, so to speak. So
yeah,
they were I would say probably the best team for you to work with to get you guys over at first.
Yeah, I like I said at first, I'm like, well, I don't know how this is going to work, but it ended up being okay. You know what I mean? Because we moved on to other stuff, but it was just a getting starting type thing around the loop and getting to know the company and working and stuff like that. You know, but we had some tremendous matches where, and I remember one in Chief J Strongbow coming up and going, see what I told you, because we were, you know, at first we struggled with a little bit doing they would do the running, you know, the headbutt stuff and the different things, and we were in Hershey, PA, which is close to our hometown. That where it has that like 4,000 seat hockey arena, the close up field people thing. Where it came back to me watching Buddy Rose and the Rockers, that type of thing, and where we were allowed to do that, even in the house show, you could do that type of match.
A little more liberty.
I said, that's the way we got to go. You know what I mean? Walk and talk and thing, and we don't want to get in there. We're scared, and then when we do, we lay into them and let them, you know, and it just flowed and worked. And Chief J goes, see, you're worried about that. And he goes, that was a great match. Chief J Strongbow told me that. I go, and it felt good. I know we had the people like this, and it was with Butch and Luke. So after that, it was like we went a couple times, we went a little rough, and then after that, it just flowed. You know what I mean? It was like a day at the park, you know?
Good.
And they're like I said, Shawn and Marty, friends for life. Butch and Luke, friends for life.
Hawk and Animal, Friends for Life.
A lot of great teams for you to work with when you came in right off the bat.
Oh God, Coco and Owen. Then
A little
it was,
later on, yeah.
Then it was Owen and Jim.
Yeah.
Because Brett went on his own. They branched Jim off and put him and Owen together.
Yeah.
Which
The
worked
new
good.
foundation.
That worked good too. We had great times with them. But the tag team, the whole realm of it, then Ted and Mike, which were put together because of the money thing, which made sense.
Yeah.
When Vince made Mike Rotundo to give him more color, the shyster guy, with Ted with the money guy. You know what I mean? I don't know if Virgil was in there at that time yet. I would think he was wrestling on his own.
He was a babyface single by that point.
Right.
Yeah.
But I remember wrestling Virgil and Kerry Von Erich. Those weren't like Lou Thesz mat classics. Put it that way.
All right, wrestling fans,
Yeah.
I'm getting the cue from the back. Unfortunately, we got to wrap up this episode, but don't worry. Jerry is going to be back with us for more. We want to know what you think. Leave your thoughts and comments in the description below. The more you guys engage with us, the more you want to see Jerry and Brian Knobbs, the more we're going to bring them back. For Jerry Saggs, I'm Dan Marati. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours stay healthy. More important, be well. Good night.
Be nasty.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at Whitley Bay Ice Rink in Newcastle, England, Wednesday, February the 3rd, 1993. In the opening contest, Virgil beat Repo Man. Model Rick Martel victorious over Max Moon, who replaced Marty Jannetty. Bam Bam Bigelow defeated the Big Boss Man. The Nasty Boys with the win over WWF Tag Team Champions Money Incorporated via disqualification. The Head Shrinkers beat the Bushwackers. The Undertaker victorious over Papa Shango. And in the main event, WWF World Champion Bret Hitman Hart retained the title over the Nature Boy Ric Flair, who was on his final tour before returning to WCW later in the month. If you are in Newcastle live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Senior's Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
All right, Johnny. The interview itself was excellent, albeit just a little nasty. Just a little nasty.
Just a little nasty. I'm not going to go any further than that because great guys, great wrestlers, but just a little nasty.
Not as nasty as what happened on the loading dock with Knobbs.
I don't even want to go there, not interested. You know what? I'm sure that there's a whole different aura out there. Yeah.
In more ways than one.
I agree.
All right, wrestling fans, as we continue our Week in Review, and if you're just tuning into the premiere of this, again, our mission with the Week in Review show is to take all of the great in-studio shoot interviews from the week, combine them into one on Saturday night, especially now where life is kind of restricted due to the virus. Give fans something fun to do on Saturday night. Hang out, chat with fellow fans, or again, you can watch it at any time. If you're at work, if you're at the gym, you can listen to it online. If you're traveling, you can listen to some of the great stories from a plethora of legends and superstars that we have here, a literal plethora. But Johnny, right now, coming up, it is from our Thursday night variety show, Party with Marty Janetti. And you talk about never knowing what to expect. He's a Tony Atlas of a different kind. As Marty, you know, most of us, we have that filter in our brain that this is something I should think, this is something I should say. The filter broke in Marty's brain a long time ago. It just goes, and it goes, and it goes. With Marty this week, we continue our great adventure in the early part of 1989 in the World Wrestling Federation. The Rockers were taking part in what would turn into a series of, if not dozens and dozens, 100 or so matches with Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard, the Brainbusters. What a great learning experience for Shawn and Marty in their early 20s to be in there with Arn and Tully 7 nights a week, sometimes doubleheaders on Saturday and Sunday. Marty also discusses Vince McMahon coming clean with the state of New Jersey that wrestling was not a legitimate sport to avoid paying athletic commission taxes. So WWE could save a few bucks. How did the wrestlers respond to the business officially being exposed to the government in the media? Interesting stories. Also, Hulk Hogan, Rowdy Roddy Piper, talking to the NWA about jumping ship in 1989. Plus, and I wish I was there for this one, a Barbarian bar fight. You know the Barbarian.
I do.
I would not want to see an angry Barbarian in 1989.
I think Marty Jannetty would have rolled up like a basketball and.
Oh no, Marty wasn't part of the brawl. He bared witness.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did.
All right, wrestling fans, again, kick back, relax, share with your friends on social media. If you're having fun, give us the big thumbs up. It's time for Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Stand by. Wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marty, Marty Jannetty, as we try and bang out the year 1989 with Marty. I'm sure we'll travel to different decades as we get there, as Marty shares his life and wrestling experiences. The fans across the globe are enjoying this show. If you're with us Thursday night at 10 o'clock during the premiere, chat away with us. We love to have great conversation with you fine fans. We have regulars like Slick Rick, Maria Davis, Tina, all of the great Kevins, Ken, Big Ant from Thunder Valley, Will Cortez, Trigger Trey. I could go on and on. We know some great people, and we're growing the family. The one thing we ask of you beforehand, if you could, hit the share button in YouTube. That will send out the link of this to your Facebook, your Twitter, your Reddit, all these different platforms that are out there, and it'll grow our family. When we grow our family here, it means it gives us more opportunity to bring more legends to you to do these types of programs. It gives these legends that have been out of work now, going on a year due to the virus, that can't do independent wrestling matches, that don't have autograph signings, it gives them a chance to have an income. So this studio is a great place, and the more professional wrestling fans that contribute and are active in what we do, the more wrestling legends we can help. And we're having a great time on Thursday nights with Marty. Again, the Super Chat is open if you want to tip the bartender, so to speak, along with the Patreon over at patreon.com, where you get that early ad-free access to every episode of Wrestling Insiders, along with our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD series. And again, you're helping the wrestling legends working. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Whew!
That it?
Whew! All off the top of my head.
Didn't Slick Rick die?
Stop.
No, you know
Which Rick are you talking about?
The rapper.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh.
I hope our friend in Maine just moved. Hopefully he didn't
Oh, so it's not the rapper that
himself.
when you were saying Slick?
No, that was a different Slick Rick. All right, fans, we touched a bit upon this a little bit in our last episode, but the fans were itching for a little bit more. February 15th, after WWE TV taping in Birmingham, Haku was out on the town. 2 men were going at it with a woman at a bar, and Haku apparently cleaned house to the where he actually bit off the man's nose like it was Thanksgiving dinner. I don't know if you were there or not.
No,
for it,
I heard about that.
It led to some legal ramifications. Was Haku in the hot seat after biting the man's nose off?
No, he was still around. I don't think that
he was still around for sure.
Yeah, I think that faded away. But you'd have to ask him.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to say what I don't know. But I did hear about that.
You mentioned a story before where Haku cleaned out a biker bar when you were
St.
out on the
Louis,
road.
yeah.
Tell us, from your experience in working with the man in the ring and just having him as a peer and as a friend, how dangerous of a man was Haku?
Well, he was one of them raw bone strong anyway, you know, and so when you train on top of that, I mean, he's just got that natural strength, like tendon and ligament strength. You know, you can't work that out. You can't get that stronger. You're just born with it or not. And I mean, like he wouldn't try to chop you real hard. But when he chopped you, I mean, you felt it all the way through your body. He chopped you in the chest, you both hands put on your back, going bulging outward. But it was like his hips were like a tree trunk. Wham! And knocked the wind out of you, and you'd be all sorry. And then you would think, like, what if he really laid that in? Oh my God!
Imagine if he was doing it with intent. Yeah.
Yeah.
If he was trying to work and it was that stiff.
Yeah, man.
What would it be like? If you were one of his enemies.
Yeah, he's high up. I think the biggest compliment that I ever heard was Barbarian. And I've told this story, some of y'all know this story from episodes before. But Barbarian had, and it might have been Haku, they were tagging, no, Warlord, it was with Warlord there. And Barb, they went out and had a match, the guy comes back in, dressing room, Sean and I have already worked, and we're getting dressed. And he starts throwing chairs against the wall. That motherfucking Barbarian, gosh damn it, a motherfucker stiffed me. We'll see who's gonna stiff who, goddamn. And he's just throwing a bitch, walking back and forth, pacing, snorting fire. And Barb walks in the door and goes, oh, hey, Barb, thank you for the match. and so we're all like, oh, this is a big pitch to bitch fit. But later, after Barb was getting ready, he was sitting next to me, and Sean was over here. I said, Barb, I said, man, that guy was throwing a bitch fit before you walked in. And he just, oh, really? What's he mad? He goes, oh, he was just like, he was gonna jump you when you walked in. He was throwing chairs. We pointed at the chairs he threw against the wall, and you see the scrape on the wall. He was throwing chairs, and he goes, oh, well, poor guy. And Sean says, what's it like to be the baddest guy in the business? What's that feel like? He goes, oh, not the baddest guy. I'm okay. Now, Haku, he bad. So that's why I'm like, wow. Sean and I both like, that's wow.
All right, well, if
Barb can go too.
For it to come from the mouth of the Barbarian, exactly. That is quite the compliment and the testament to Haku's toughness, so to speak.
Yeah. There was another, to tell you how tough Barb is. They went to some bar in Charlotte or somewhere. They went in. He had a long, full-length fur coat that he handed the bartender to put behind the bar to hold for him. This is like another one of them little small-ass, redneck bars probably. I wasn't there for that. They just heard the story. But evidently at the end of the night, he asked for his jacket back. There's beefcake.
Yeah, your buddy.
Did you have him? How'd that go?
The fans seemed to like it, but he didn't make a great impression on the studio folk.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
he was in attitudinal.
Kinda, which was disappointing because
he's been hurting a lot better. A lot better. You've been hurting a lot lately.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we can have him back sometime soon. But
yeah, he's good.
You know,
man.
when it's not just me, as you know, that makes this place work, and when you make not a great impression on others that are trying to help the cause. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm sorry. That's just, we got the thing set up. We got what do you call that? Video screen over there with
a television.
Is that what that is?
Yes, that's what.
We had television over there
on the TV going
on the WWE network.
All right. So Barbarian's at this redneck bar.
So y'all have to excuse my ADHD, HDH.
I'll reel you in today, brother. We got to plow.
Yeah, we got to get through.
We got to plow, baby.
Barb, so anyway, he asked for his jacket at the end of the night. He was getting ready to go. It wasn't the end of the night, but for him, he was leaving. And the bartender says, I don't know anything about a jacket. And this was like a full-length fur jacket thing. It probably costs a lot unless he just took it from somebody. But what's that he's putting on Guerrero's eyes? Is that coffee grounds?
I have no idea. I'm not paying attention to that.
Oh, yeah, so I can see I got to scoot back so I don't see it. I can't see that. Where were we? So he wants his jacket back. And bartender's, I don't know what you're talking about. Barb gave him a second chance and a third chance. And then Barb walked behind the bar, and the guy said, you can't come back there. He slung the guy over the top of the bar to the patron side. He was back there like the bartender and looking for his jacket. And then a couple of them big bully ass, burly, I don't know. I wasn't there, so I couldn't, I can't give a good description. But I guess he threw everybody around, like 4 or 5 of them. And Barb's a martial art guy too, he can do all that stuff, and he's like 6'3", at the time, 6'3", 300 pounds, all muscle, and flexible, man. You know, so he's a badass. He's back there throwing them around. They called the police, and evidently it took, like they said, it was about 6 or 7 police, and Barb wasn't hitting them, but he was keeping them, pushing them back, kicking them back, throwing them back, you know, throwing them aside or whatever. And he finally got tired. They were trying to get him, you know, because he slung everybody around. He actually went and closed the door, and I guess they say it had a lock. Like I said,
Barbarian went and locked the door.
Locked everybody in. Nobody leave till I get jacked. He always say Barbarian. Nobody leave till Barbarian get jacket. And you know, because he figures somebody's got it here.
Did he get the coat back?
No, the police showed up and he kept them, you know, at bay, just sling them aside. He never punched them. Now, again, I'm telling you what I heard. But finally he got tired. And he goes, so, okay, Barb, tired now. You can handcuff. So they cuffed him. And they went to, and once they had him cuffed, they got him to the car to put him in. They went to shove him real hard, and he stiffened up. He goes, you know, Barbarian don't want to go. Barbarian not go. They backed off. Said, okay, sir, okay. But yeah, so Barb's a bad boy. You know, when you
you don't know what happened to the coat.
No, I have no idea. I don't think anybody cared after that. You know, they were just like amazed that he tore up a whole slew of bar people and the police department. And the only reason they got him because he said, Barbarian tired now.
He kind of let them.
Yeah.
He gave in.
Yeah, and when they went to like shove him. You know, Haku in St. Louis, East St. Louis, the reason a lot of stuff happened there because East St. Louis is right next to a real rough part of town. And also there's like 4 or 5 bars down, and they call it the Flats. And it was, I don't remember the name of them, but it was a real good club that really, it was great for the boys. There was a strip club next to it. There was a country bar, and it was that one that the Haku and I went to. It was like a biker bar kind of place, but it was like it's a whole little area of just clubs, and there's a lot of trouble happened there, especially around midnight and later. But you know, because that thing happened with Haku and I in the biker bar, and then there was another time that I think now I could be wrong on that, but the story is the same. Is that the police, somebody did something to Haku and something broke out. The police came to get him, and you know he would the same kind of thing to the Barbarian. At first he wouldn't let him because he was saying that guy started. That guy did. He's the one you're after. They didn't know who they were coming to get, evidently. And Barb wasn't the one they called on the other person. And so he fending them off, and they finally maced him.
They maced
him, and then they kicked him in the balls and
really?
beat him up. Well, they beat on him. He was at the show next day. He had they got dark skin, the smaller guy, the darker complexion. You can still see a burn mark down his face where they, whatever it was, mace. I didn't know mace would make a mark on you like that.
No, I never heard of that.
But yeah, but he had no bumps or bruises. He didn't care. He was fine. I mean, they supposedly put the boots to him, kicked him, like I said, and roughed him up a little bit. Didn't hurt him. You can't hurt them Samoans, man. He's just wasting your time. All you're doing is pissing them off.
All right, let me ask you this one, Marty. February 1989 news broke in the New York newspapers that wrestling was going to be deregulated in the state.
What year was that?
This is February of '89 now.
They did it
with
way
the
back
admission from the McMahons that professional wrestling was indeed under the auspices of sports entertainment instead of a shoot, so to
the
speak.
athletic commission that they kind of broke?
Yeah.
Which state?
And this is New Jersey now.
Okay.
And in return, as a thank you to the state of New Jersey to help save them on the taxes, they were gifted SummerSlam 1989 along with WrestleMania. How did the boys react, if they were even paying attention at that point to what was going on from the business aspect of things to, your line of work being admitted publicly and in newspapers that it was indeed?
Well, I'll tell you that the boys were happy.
Happy? Why is that?
Because we didn't have to go through that physical. When the athletic commission is there, it's boxing. It's usually the boxing and wrestling athletic commission. You got to take a physical. Some of them even make you take an EKG. And it's not bad to know that you're healthy or something like that. But it's like, man, we've been on the road 20 days wrestling. We were healthy. What the hell? but you got to take the blood pressure. You got to do the and the look in your ears and put some of them, like I said, put the EKG. And we don't want to be bothered with all that. And we just did it last night and the night before.
Yeah.
You know, so when they got rid of one, it was like good.
It was one less to have to worry about.
But you know, and they did start falling off one after another after the first. Were they the first one, Jersey? Because it was.
You know, to be honest, I don't know.
They were everywhere.
Yeah.
There was very few states that weren't regulated by the Athletic Commission.
Was Massachusetts? I'm sure at one point it had to have
I think
been,
it
but
was.
I don't know at what point it was done.
The only
away
ones
with.
that weren't were like South Dakota and Wyoming. They didn't even know what the hell was going on back then.
So for you guys, even though it exposed the business to some degree, it was a little less work once you got to the venue.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you could go and get together with your person that you might be working with, and either you know, go over a match, or you got to get dressed. According to how soon, like Davey Boy and Dynamite, you get there at 7:30. The show starts at 8, so they had to hurry up and get dressed.
Right.
Yeah, they ain't got time to do sit over there for 20 minutes.
Toss some snakes around.
Yeah. Oh, Davey.
It's something that would foreshadow what would happen a few years
Hey,
later.
Dynamite died too, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
Goodness, all the boys are gone.
Yeah, Dynamite had a rough end of life between.
Yeah, he was in the wheelchair,
first his
right?
teeth, and then the wheelchair, and then he had his legs amputated, and
Oh, that's right, I heard that.
it was a tough ending for him.
Yeah, he was.
Some say though he reaped what he sowed. I don't know. He
was
long
a little-
gone before I came into the business.
He was a little rough around the edges.
But he was one that I enjoyed to watch as a fan when I was a kid. I know that much.
You know, I don't know.
Certainly, almost.
Oh, he's in the ring,
innovator.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, Sean and I would see some of the stuff they would do and say, well, we just can't do that. Because you don't want to, we like to say in the business, because a lot of people call it stealing the move, if you put your own little twist to it, like I've said this before, like Sting, you know, he used to do that stinger in the corner where he jumped right in the middle of the ring and land in the corner on you. I thought that looked cool, so I tried it one time on Tully Blanchard when we was wrestling the Brain Busters. Why am I having a hard time?
It was me yesterday. Today it's your turn.
Yeah. But yesterday we were in here for 15 hours, I think. But the studio, that is. I wrestled them. I did that stinger, you know, the dive. Now I was new in the business, you know, I was only 2 years. You know, still learning. And like I told you, we learned so much from them.
Yeah.
And Arn taught me something that day. Come here, Janetti. After the match, I went, what? I thought he was me. The way he said it, like, did I mess up something? He goes, if you're going to do somebody else's signature move, at least do it better. You didn't even come close to doing it as good. Don't ever do that in the ring again. So, you know, I was like, you know, so people do other people's moves. But I, you know, since I've always thought, if, you know, people even come tell me like, well, hey, I'm gonna steal one of your moves. You know, at least they had the respect to say that, you know, where some don't give a shit. But I don't really see it as stealing the move.
Yeah.
If you put your own little twist or flavor, like where Sting jumped straight in, maybe like, I'll give you an example. If I was to say with Sting, if I'd have come running in and turned backwards or something, it'd have been basically the same move, but with a little, you know,
twist.
change of my own flavor to it. And then that we can say is called creative borrowing. You're not stealing the move, you're just creatively borrowing it.
When you were having that great feud with the Brain Busters,
But I was going to give you an example.
Oh,
Billy Gunn, remember he used to do the rocker dropper with the leg over.
Yeah.
And Billy, being athletic as he is, he did it where he'd run and then jump over, you know, put his leg over and do it. And they called it famasser or whatever the hell it said. And you know, I've seen a lot of people.
Annie thought they dedicated it to her.
Who's that?
Annie thought they dedicated it to her.
AEA?
You got it, yeah.
Y'all know who AEA is, right? Man, there's 38 cameras. I got to look for that red light.
No, you don't worry. Let the camera find you. Don't worry about you finding the camera.
Yeah, but I won't be talking to this one when that one's on.
Well, just talk
Actually,
to
I do, because I got. Look at this.
Oh,
I'm not going to believe this.
Oh, what have we got?
Look, these are all my paper teeth this week.
All right, well.
I got one in now. I get the real thing drilled in, I think, this week coming up. But until then, and that was from a turn post, the outside the ring.
I remember you told the story from your training, but in that feud with the Brain Busters, did you get any other kind of interesting sage advice from Arn and Tully?
Oh, a ton of it. I mean, like I was saying.
Any examples you could give outside of that Sting spot?
one of the, I mentioned yesterday, or one episode ago, or 2 or 3. Wait a minute. There it is. Okay, it's in there.
Oh, you got it, brother.
How to up the intensity as you go. You know, in other words, like don't go right into, from arm drag, headlock takeovers to bam, 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 bam. You slowly build it. You're like you show where they're getting frustrated because we're out maneuvering them, we're out wrestling them, and then it gets they start getting pissed off, and then they get testy, and then you do a big smiles, beady, 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 boom, 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 and you come up, you're all 4 squaring up, and you're wanting to go at it. You're raising that intensity, and then so when they do the next thing for the heat, whatever that to stop you and take over and beat for a while. It makes it just flow so good.
Did you feel that as you're talking 4 or 5 months of house show matches continued, do you feel they got better and better as time went on?
Hey, this is pretty good. Yeah, these are pretty good. If
John Cena, Cena, Fabio Pop. Hopefully they will be available around WrestleMania time for the fans.
That's the first time I had the root beer. That's pretty good.
It's a good one, yeah. Do you feel the series got better as time went on?
Yeah, because we always adjusted it.
Yeah.
We would take some stuff out, add some stuff in. And even when we had it down perfect, and this was so good to learn from, I mentioned this in another episode, how, the guys get so comfortable doing the same match over and over and over that you just don't have the intensity in it. They snap an arm, take an arm, and the guy getting it's like, basically like waiting for his turn to reverse it and then throwing the ropes or something. And the guy getting arms, holding easy, and it's just the fans can see the difference in that. And when you snap into it, even the lockups, I teach my kids that even from the very beginning. A lot of people go in and so what's that word? Lackadaisical.
There we go.
I can't spell lackadaisical. I don't even know if I said it right. But they'll go in and they'll lock up real light. And it's like if you're watching the Fast and the Furious and you see the cars just putting
going
along.
6 miles an hour. Yep.
And but when you snap into it, there with that ankle. I get that fixed soon. Well, by the time y'all see this, I've got a
You'll
cast.
be a new man.
But you snap into it. Right from the beginning, you get them. You're like, oh wow, man, this is going to be something. It starts really. I tell my kids that the match starts when you step through the curtain. Because a lot of places, there might be new people there. I mean, maybe a fourth of the building has got, first timers. They don't know if you're a baby or heel or good guy or bad guy. You come through that curtain, you got to be in character right then. Because that lets them know is that, I always say for the baby faces to be more energetic, jumping around, pointing, smiling. You don't even got to smile necessarily anymore. But in the heels, it won't come out and romp them, stomp them, F y'all, kind of thing. Well, I mean, generally, not, character, once you get a known character, you ain't got to worry about that. But I mean, then right at the beginning of the match, if there's a big brute and some guy that you think, has he got a chance at all? And you're into it, and then they lock up.
Yeah.
And it's like, damn. It's like watching a movie. It's just supposed to be the Fast and Furious. The car's going backwards.
So they brought an intensity and they brought variety every night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with the matches, like I said, I don't think they got so much better. I mean, you're going to get better once you work with somebody enough times. That's why I was so impressed with Kurt Angle. Well, that was our first time we'd ever worked, and it was like magic. Man, it was so good. It was so good and easy. Kurt's one of the best I've ever worked with. Him and Sean are probably the 2 best I've ever worked with. There's there's a lot of good ones. I would, people say who was the best you ever worked with.
Those 2.
I got to put those 2. And Kurt, Sean and I had 7 years together, as a team. And then a pretty good run against each other. So we knew each other's thoughts. We didn't even have to say anything in the ring. But Kurt and I had just met, that was the first time. And man, that was so smooth. It was like, wow, that guy's good, man. He would position himself like if he's got to be shot in the ropes, he'd come up and be against the rope. And you don't want to bait out, throw your arm out so the fans see you giving him the arm.
Right.
And a lot of them do that, and I hate that. I try to teach against it, but little things like that, and they're like when you throw a clothesline, looping over the head, you got to come level, man. If the guy don't duck, You know, but damn, to do that, why don't you just tell the people? I didn't want to hit him. He's got to hit the ropes and come back. Right. But yeah, Kurt was right in place. I mean, every bump he took, of course, I've done so many years. You know, I hope I flowed for him as well as he flowed for me. But it was just it was the first time, and it felt like that we worked, and it felt like Sean and I, you know, who had worked for years together. Yeah. So yeah, that's but back to the Tully and Arn thing. After a couple times working with them, we pretty much were in sync. But they like to change it, which Sean and I like because we're still learning. And we didn't get to that rut of same match every night, same match. You know, we do it a couple, 2 or 3 times, and it would be good. But then they would like, all right, tonight, let's do this, don't do that. And we were like, that was the first time in our career that we'd heard somebody want to change up what was good. You know, what's that old saying? If it ain't broke, don't
fix it. Yeah.
But they would change a couple things, and we'd go out and do it, and it'd be every bit as good. So we're like, okay, this one's good too. We'll do this. A couple of days later, they wanted like, this time we're gonna have both of y'all come over here, and we're like, then we're always changing it, so you can't get lackadaisical. Where's Matt Daddy? Am I saying it right? Lackadaisical. Okay, yeah. I still can't spell it.
All right.
You've changed, and
my shirt at least, yeah.
Yeah, me too. Did you see this?
Yeah, I noticed.
Did you notice what's on the back? Let me show them.
Here we go.
I got to stay in frame, so I got to cover my big fat back.
Machine.
Can y'all see it? Can you see it, Matt Daddy? You see what it says?
When in doubt, knock them out.
Yeah.
All right, I like that.
I have to do that a lot with some of these. No, I don't. Yeah, so, I mean, we had about a 4-month run with them. About that, maybe longer.
It was
maybe,
a great run.
But at least 4 months. And in that 4 months, I bet we did like 10, 15, 20 different types of matches. We had jump starts where we'd go in and get them, and they clear the ring and fire up, get the crowd to go nuts. And then we had the slow stare offs. We, look, fuck you, and then you get into it. But it was. I never wanted it to end. I tell you what, too. They both were athletes. I think Tully played football
yeah.
for somebody, and Arn's a hell of an athlete. Plus, so knowledgeable. But he's a hard worker. Like a lot of the guys in the gym, they're doing curls, doing bench press or triceps or whatever they're doing. And Arn would do that, but in between, he'd be doing something to keep he was doing his cardio as he was working out.
Yeah.
He's a hard worker. And I love that, because I had to do that to be worth the shit. So I respect when I see somebody that's working hard rather than somebody like Sean's he ain't got to do nothing. I mean, he still did work, but if he didn't, he would have been just as good. But I give him props for, he didn't really have to train. He would have been as good as he needed to be.
All right, let me ask you this one, Marty. Interesting question, something that foreshadowed.
What I was going to say, though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. It was a workout to work with them because they didn't go in there and lag. Like, I'm not putting the Ruggiero brothers down. I love them. We had great matches. In fact, we did hour long.
We're going to get there later in 89.
Okay,
so
but I was just going to say,
but
they would like to do stuff that, kind of easier. Not totally hard. I mean, if we jump start, that's going to be the pace pretty much for the next 15 minutes. It was a workout working with them, and we appreciated it because it was like we felt that was some of our, good matches, our best matches, and we were learning so much. At that point, Sean and I, when we got to them, we'd probably been wrestling for 2.5 years in the business, which is still new.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Today, it's new to be 5, 6, 7 years in the business because you're not getting to work like we used to work.
There's no place to work like that.
Yeah, where you're going 300 times. When you go 300 times a year, you learn fast. But they don't, I don't even think the guys at WWE work that probably 200 times a year at best.
You're talking about if the guys worked every night, every event without missing any time, I think the most recently was maybe $150 in recent years.
That's what I was thinking about, 150-ish.
And that's if you're hitting every show.
And trust me, when you're throwing your body around, that's still a lot.
Oh, sure,
You know?
but it's not what you guys had.
No, you double
4 days
that.
off, 4 days on, 3 days off. You never had that luxury.
And then I wish well, kind of, I was happy with what we did. Because remember, I was single, so I didn't have a family.
You didn't have to rush home to anything.
Yeah, I wasn't missing nobody at home. I was missing the next city.
You were missing your friends in the next town.
Yeah.
All right, well, let me ask you this one, and something that would foreshadow what would happen about 5 years later. As news broke that Ted Turner was going to buy the Crockett promotion, there were rumors going around that they were going to make a big-time offer to try and seduce Hulk Hogan to go to WCW. What would the loss of a 1989 Hulk Hogan meant to WWF?
If they would have,
if they were able to scoop him away, just like the big sports free agent
because that was right. I think he peaked right about in there. You know, 88, 89. I think it might have been the peak, but he held that peak for a while. I don't know if he would have went. Would it have dropped down because he went to what was considered the lesser wrestling company? Or would it have catapulted him even higher because he went and took over at WCW? I don't know. I really don't know that one. I'm glad he didn't go. Kept our paychecks good.
Well, at the time, the business was hot. I mean, like I noted,
that was the hottest
by the end of 1989, even though business would start to decline after WrestleMania 6 in 90, I still think that was the best roster WWF ever had, was late 89 into early 90 going into WrestleMania 6. But
I always
losing Hogan at his peak at that point, that would, I think, would have been a killer.
I think he knew that too. He was a lot of people talking him down, but Hulk's a good guy. Sometimes you don't know what a person is dealing with if you're not in their position, and he's business just like Vince. It's got to be business.
You know what I found surprising, and it came out in some lawsuit, but that he made, in later years, he made far more money in WCW than he ever did in WWF during the big run.
That could be.
I think during their big 80s run, his biggest year was only, not quote unquote only, like you're shrugging your shoulders, but it was only $5 million. And you'd think where he really was.
Well, that's with merchandising too, yeah.
The face of the company, you'd think, I would have expected it to be more than $5 million, but that's what it was.
Well, that's still pretty good.
It's still pretty good, but
I know what you mean, though. He's the man. Yeah.
You would think that he was a guy that would maybe double that. I mean, you look at some of those big house show runs he had with Orndorff and Savage.
I was saying 85-ish and around there. That was $5 million.
Well, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of scratch.
I don't know what, 75, 8 million today.
Yeah.
Back in that time frame, it's funny. Like you watch all the sports, like baseball, football. The contracts just keep leaping like monsters. Like what's his name? The Mahomes boy. Mahomes for Kansas City.
Mahomes, yeah.
What did he sign? $500 million deal?
Just about, yeah.
Because I think it was $50 million a year for 10 years. So, we're watching that, and like that forces WWE to up their contracts. And like baseball, when A-Rod did his way back, I think he got $200 billion for.
His first big one, I think, was $250 million from Texas. Then he renegotiated with the Yankees, and I think he got $275.
Yeah. And we're like, bam! I mean, from 100 million, which is a lot already, 275. Wow! Mahomes, or as Shannon Sharp calls him, Mahomes boy, 500 million. Oh man, it's over 10 years. So he's only really getting 50 million a year, and after taxes and after his agent, probably only 25 million of that.
Only, yeah. Hopefully he doesn't struggle too much to live off of that.
Yeah, I need to put food on the table.
All right, let me ask you this one.
But I was going to say, WWE, when those guys made them big leaps like that, kind of put it on them like, now we're sports entertainment, so we're a combination of both. The entertainment, the people out in Hollywood, and they're making 10 to 20 million a movie. Right? And we're doing this year round, 300 days a year. Nothing against the football players, but they do their thing for 6 months. The baseball, the same thing. All the other sports are seasonal.
Right.
Not us. And so we're going to get a leap now. Well, y'all were getting on average $300,000-$400,000. We're going to bump it up to $700,000. God damn. When we go do signings, Like I sat with Pete Rose one time, and he's a big wrestling fan. I was a big fan of his, you know, and we're sitting there together. And
Charlie Hustle.
Charlie Hustle was signing his 8x10s for $125, according to which one they had one with a gold seal. But I was sitting next to him selling mine for $20. And I went down and said hello to one of the Minnesota Viking players. He was showing everybody his Super Bowl ring and everything. And I looked, and he had $150 because Super Bowl dude, right?
Yeah.
and I'm back over here at the $20 table. Well, it's always that way for the wrestlers. You know, the actors, some actors you don't even know. I mean, I'm not putting them down by saying that, but you only know who it is, and they're selling their shit for $100.
Right? Yeah.
He's like, now let me go back to my $20 table. I'm the blackjack table for the cheapos. You know, they got the blackjack tables for if you got to play 100 a hand, 200, 1,000 a hand, you know, go down there to the beginners at the $2 machine.
Let me ask you this, along the same lines of Hogan, at this point in 1989, Roddy Piper was a free agent. He had his retirement match at WrestleMania 3. He started dabbling in movies with They Live, and I think Hell Comes to Frogtown.
That was a good one. That was his big one.
Yeah, They Live.
You make one good movie. You know, they say in Hollywood, you're only as good as your last movie. It's sort of the same thing in wrestling. You're only as good as your last
match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, he did that one right at the beginning. They Live, floated the rest of it. I don't think he did any more monster ones after that.
No.
He was in a lot of things.
Nothing that it was really big.
Yeah. But that one floated him for the next 30 years.
Well, I tell you, again, Roddy Piper.
He's very, very smart man.
He had been off wrestling television for just about 2 years at that point. I guess from what I was told, he kind of worked the NWA to get $25,000 just to have a meeting with them about negotiating a contract. WWF, as you know, wound up bringing him in for WrestleMania 5 in Atlantic City, which we'll get to in these episodes soon.
The last one I saw him was, they came in off the Hollywood scene, was to wrestle Dustin as Goldust.
Oh, in the backwalk
brawl.
And
they had Goldust had the lingerie.
96. That was memorable. Well, and you know what? Never mind. The Mrs.
Which one?
Mrs. Goldust.
You talking about Terry?
Yeah. Oh, well, wait till 1996, brother. So. That's all. That's all I have.
There was that Vince laugh.
Yeah.
Vince McMahon. He can do Vince McMahon better than Vince.
But let me ask you this: Roddy Piper, again, he had been off TV for 2 years, but one of the biggest names of professional wrestling during perhaps its biggest boom. If Roddy Piper had chosen the NWA over WWF, do you think that really would have helped?
It wouldn't have hurt us as much, and it wouldn't have helped them as much as if it would have been Hulk. Hulk was the product. He was the face of WWE.
He was the face of the industry.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, because he did a few movies that
sure,
did pretty good. They did pretty good.
I don't know about that.
I think it started with the Rocky movie where he was Thunder.
Right, Thunderlips. Yep, yep. That was way back. Those were during his AWA days.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah, but if
who's that right there?
Forget about that. Forget about that. I shouldn't even have that on. You're too easily distracted, brother.
That's what's his name's wife, though.
That's Lana, yeah. The ultra-talented Lana, who's still waiting to
you
have
can't
her
look at the
first
boys
good
as
match
girls,
or
and they make it hard by putting them on TV.
But, I mean, what would Piper have meant, impact-wise, walking onto WCW TV, which had, I tell you this,
big. I mean,
you talk about 1989,
but see,
WWF having a great roster. The NWA had a great roster in 1989,
they built it up,
too.
yeah.
Look at those classics, that, along with Flair and Steamboat, Flair and Funk.
To me, that's where things started dropping off, is when Vince bought them out.
Oh, that was 2001.
Because remember, you had the Monday Night Wars.
Yeah.
Nitro versus Raw, and you got to outdo the other one. If you hear something through the grapevine that WCW is going to do, let's do it first. Let's start an hour first and then do it. They were doing shit like that.
July of 2001 was when my heart broke, Marty, after I started working and learning from Ed Cohen at WWF.
Yeah.
As they started to incorporate all those WCW people, they didn't need to have me around anymore. That's what led to me starting the independent promotion and Boston Wrestling, what we do here in the studios. So If it wasn't for WCW, who knows? Maybe we might not even be here right now for that sale.
Yeah, true.
Which would probably be much better for my bank account, but
You know,
who knows?
I don't know this.
Who knows?
I don't know this to be fact, but you know, SmackDown started after, Vince bought out WCW.
No, SmackDown started in August of '99,
And he
which
bought
was a
bought
year
them
and a
out
half,
when?
March of 2001.
Oh, that's right, because they had what they have the Thursday nights? Thunder.
They had Thunder.
Yeah, because I was with I wrestled on that a lot in '98 when I was
Yep.
with them. Yeah, so they had that equaled out, but it's still what I think when he bought them out, everything dropped because there's no competition.
No, I think the biggest problem why that failed was simple. They didn't spend the money to bring in the top talent. The only top guys that came in from WCW for that quote-unquote invasion angle were Booker T and DDP. Look at the guys.
Oh, they brought the other guys in, but they didn't.
They didn't come in during the invasion, though.
Oh, yeah.
WCW, as far as a entity on television with WWE, died by Survivor Series of 2001, just a couple of months later. Imagine if they spent the money that summer to bring in Hogan, Nash, Hall, Flair, Sting, Luger. Brett was retired at that point because of the concussion, but Goldberg. There were a lot of top tier. Scott Steiner was over big time in WCW at that point. And WWE, they didn't, from what because I was with Ed, they didn't want to change the structure of their contracts to match what
over there
the WCW contracts were. But in the end, they fucked themselves out of decades worth of big business. WCW, I could see succeeding as its own entity with Vince McMahon running it. When they decided to bring WCW in as DDP, Booker T, and 30 mid-card guys that people barely recognized as WCW was tanking, it was dead. It was dead on arrival. But I tell you this, to show you how hot this angle that sucked was, outside of WrestleMania and SummerSlam, the July 2001 pay-per-view Invasion did the highest buy rate in wrestling history other than a WrestleMania or a SummerSlam. And it was a garbage main event.
Garbage?
Well, look at what they did. They wound up...
No, but you said garbage.
Garbage, yeah. They wound up having to put Kurt Angle with WCW. They put Steve Austin with WCW. And it wasn't WCW. If they brought in the guys...
I used to think Kurt was like a double agent. They sent him in there, but because there was just no way I thought he would leave, when he first left.
When he went to TNA?
Yeah.
Do you know the story behind that?
Oh,
I got to wait till oh yeah. It's a great one. And we're getting the wrap-up sign already. You know what? You want to tell, it's not 1989, but I'll tell you, he worked WWE and Vince so good.
Who,
you want to hear
Kurt?
what happened now?
Kurt?
Yes. I'll try and wrap this up
some
because we're
people
running out of time.
don't mind hearing it again if they hear it later
We're
down
jumping
there.
2006, and this came directly from someone I don't want to know.
Credible.
I don't want to say right in the office, but
credible.
if you remember in 06, they started the ECW brand up again. And it was like the third string. It was almost like NXT. It was developmental with some stars. And to try and give it some credibility, they put Big Show and Angle in the ECW brand in the summer of 06. You're talking about they started running house shows? They weren't even drawing 1,000 people.
Who's that?
The ECW brand,
with house
with
shows?
Angle, Big Show, Test
Yeah,
was
but
on it.
what was their whole thing? The hardcore.
Yeah, but this was WWE ECW.
Right, I know because Paul Lee had to pay all the guys he owed money from what I heard.
Right, yeah.
He had to pay them up. He owed a lot
of money.
Yeah.
So at SummerSlam 06 here in Boston, the ECW title match wound up getting changed. I think it was Big Show and Sabu. So Angle wasn't even on the SummerSlam show. So shortly after that, Angle and his agent had a meeting with Vince. He said, if you don't release me from my contract, I'm going to kill myself.
What?
I'm going to kill myself.
Kurt?
You know how they do the 90-day no-compete?
Right.
He had $1 million downside guarantee before he left the office that day. Here's your check for $250,000. It was nice to know you.
Really?
And you know what Angle did?
He took
the
it.
next month,
He went and signed
he
him.
showed up on TNA.
Yeah.
He worked them good.
Wow.
And how often does that happen? But and that was even pre-Benoit.
I mean,
You know what I mean?
Kurt's either the genius or he's got one hell of a good agent.
He had a set of balls. To
Yeah.
go, I mean, how many times has someone gone into Vince and out-Vinced Vince?
No, that don't happen much.
He got the 90-day, what he would have earned in that
If
90
ever.
days in one check before he left the office that day.
But see, that kind of fits into what I thought. That might be the word that came out, and it might be what they did. Now, go ahead, go down there and infiltrate. Is that the right word? Infiltrate?
TNA?
No,
I don't think so.
Infiltrate. Like when
he
you're
was a big help to them.
Oh, yeah, but I still think he was sending back secretly, like, hey, they're doing this, they're doing that.
Well, potentially, but there was. I know
we gotta get that word right. Infiltrate.
There was a lot of heat about.
Is that right, Matt Daddy?
There was a lot of heat on him because he presented it as if he needed to go and get mental health bad, and then within a couple of weeks he showed up on a TNA pay-per-view after they gave him the check for $250 grand. So, but anyway,
Kurt has gone through some things. You know that girl I trained, Tranisha.
Yeah, he likes you.
They had some issues. She was trying to say he's mentally off, but Kurt, the one conversation I had with him, I hate this. My God, I helped TNA promote their first string of house shows when they were up here in June of 2007. They did 2 in Massachusetts, one at the casino in Rhode Island, and one in Hampton Beach, New Hampshire. In the Sunday, I remember, I went up early in the afternoon with Linda and the 2 kids, and they have like arcades and things like that. It's a beach resort town. And then I went to the show in the afternoon. And I remember the guys talking about Benoit missing the pay-per-view that night with WWE. Oh, yeah,
but because of my neck problems with the car accident with the Sheik, Angle and I remember we were talking about necks for a little bit. And then come to find out the next day, the reason why Benoit missed the pay-per-view was the reason, which that's an episode for a different time. But for my good friend Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. We're going to be back next Thursday as we attempt to roll through 1989. We're still in February, but that's all right. All right, wrestling fans, you have a great week. We'll see you next Thursday with Marty. If you want early ad-free access again, head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Help keep the wrestling legends working. If you're chatting in the premiere with us Thursday night at 10, don't forget to tip the bartender. The super chat is open. eBay, the t-shirt fundraiser at bostonwrestling.com. So many great ways you can help to keep wrestling legends working. Be well and stay healthy, folks.
See ya.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at Utica Memorial Auditorium in Utica, New York, Thursday, February the 4th, 1982. In the opening contest, Baron Mikel Cicluna, replacing Lawrence Sosi, defeated Jose Estrada. Steve Travis with the win over Charlie Fulton. Rick McGraw defeated Johnny Rodz. Adrian Adonis and Jesse the Body Ventura victorious over Tony Gurria and Rick Martel. WWF Tag Team Champions Mr. Fuji and Mr. Saito retained over Tony Altamore and Dominic DeNucci. WWF Intercontinental Champion Pedro Morales retained over Killer Khan. And in the main event, Greg the Hammer Valentine defeated my partner in crime, Mr. USA Tony Atlas, via countout. If you were in Utica live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Senior's Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Hi, wrestling fans. Welcome back. Johnny, I tell you, Party with Marty never ceases to disappoint. The party never ends for Marty.
With Marty Janetti, you know, I'm not worried about the filter. I think Marty just has so much to say
and wants the fans to know so much that he doesn't quite hold back a little bit.
Yeah.
He just goes bang, out it comes. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's questionable, and sometimes you just have to wonder. But you know what? Give him a lot of credit because he puts it out there, tells it like it is.
As long as no one dies in the stories, I guess it's good.
I'm not even going there on that one either. It's just like the loading dock.
All right, wrestling fans, we've given you 4 out of 5 thus far. Now it's time to look back at an episode that just premiered about 24 hours ago. Wrestling Insider Fabulous Fridays every Friday night after SmackDown at 10 p.m. The lights in the Thunderdome go dark. His dome lights up with some very interesting insight. A man that promoted WWF spot shows in the 1970s, a man that main evented Monday Night Raw and has appeared on pay-per-view. We're going to have the insight of John Cena Senior. I don't know how much he can add to himself, so I'll say this. Stand by. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti along with John Cena Sr. The lights at the Thunderdome have gone dim, but John Cena Sr.'s dome is lit up. We had fun, for the most part, I'd say 90% of the time this past Sunday night during our Royal Rumble watch-along, I'd say.
Royal Rumble watch-along. We had a good time. It was fun for 90% of the time.
And
I would agree.
And I'd say probably about 70% of the show was good.
I think you hit the nail right on the head there, my friend. I've seen some Royal Rumbles, but the feedback I've gotten from those people I know, it just didn't score well.
It was a bumpy road to get to the final 2 matches, I think is a safe way to say it.
Wow, I got to tell you something. You know, I expected a hell of a lot more out of the Royal Rumble. I really did.
Out of the event entirely or certain matches?
I think certain matches in the event entirely, especially where it's going to lead up to WrestleMania. Anything now that's leading up to the big one should really be top level, top notch. And I'll be honest with you, I was fairly disappointed in the show.
Well, I know we were a big fan of the Last Man Standing match with Kevin Owens and Roman Reigns.
Outstanding.
And the Men's Royal Rumble was very good.
Outstanding again. 2 good matches. I think they did the women a disservice. I'm going to come clean with that again.
How did they do them a disservice?
Well, it was a women's Royal Rumble. That was their show. And why? Why? And I said it Sunday, I'll say it again now. I have no idea why they brought in that R-Truth and the 24/7 title, which means absolutely nothing. Nothing. The comedic, I think, involvement lost its luster. Absolutely horrible. You wouldn't do that to the men in the Royal Rumble, bring the women in with a 24/7 title. Why would you do that to them? Why would you take away their lackluster when they're out there trying to prove a point? And then to have that thing happen again while the R-Truth is out there talking, takes a walk, here we come from the booth, crotch shot, and then you're, please, you know what? I think what you ought to do, there are some things that are good, have a great shelf life. I'm a big fan of R-Truth. No question about that. Misusing him, putting him down, making him a little comedian out there, that's not what he's all about. Retire the 24/7 title. Whoever thought of it, time to put it away, go to sleep, and let's start doing some wrestling.
Well, the USA Network was a big proponent of the 24/7 title, and they wonder why their ratings are where they are. But I do want to note this, Johnny. I was told, as far as the organization went for the Men's Royal Rumble, one of the big individuals helping structure the match itself was a guy that I thought had top-tier potential to be a long-term main eventer, maybe even a WrestleMania main eventer in WWE, who unfortunately, his in-ring career may be over due to injury. The man that was, due to his love of, I guess, black women, Kurt Angle's son, Jason Jordan. I mean, he did an exceptional job working in that producer/agent's role backstage. I thought that was one of the better men's Royal Rumbles we've seen in quite a while.
It was, but you know what, Dan? I think I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. When you have predictability involved in any type of match, when you and I could sit here Sunday, and I said it, you know what? Randy Orton was not disqualified. He did not go over the top rope. I've worked with the Viper. He's worse than a Viper. You knew right away that the Viper was wiggling, sliming through. And I said it before. I said it Sunday. The Viper's coming back. Mr. Marty right here said he's coming in on that side of the ring, and sure enough, what happened? And he comes,
you know.
And what did I say? The winner of the Royal Rumble will be Edge. Well-deserved, Edge. Proud of you, my friend. Adam Copeland, you've done a super comeback. You're a tremendous human being and a credit to business. You deserve to be at WrestleMania.
I almost wish I didn't have that conversation with my WWE friend, because as we discussed back and forth before the show, we kind of knew how it was going to end. But nonetheless, I thought it was a stellar Rumble. We got the return of Christian, who apparently now, after having years of battles with concussion, is ring ready to go. I don't know if he's going to be full-time, but he's going to be competing again.
You know, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If you've had battles with concussions, if you have the injury that Edge has had, you know what? You got to think twice. What's more important? Being in the ring, and I know, I love it. When I did it with WWE, there's nothing like it. But then you've got to stop. You've got to say, I've got a wife and I've got some kids. I've got a life. You know, let's take a look at Droz. Let's take a look at what happened to that poor guy. You know, let's take a look at what happened to Stone Cold Steve Austin. Let's take a look at what happened to many of the other wrestlers out there. You know, be safe, be happy. Use this. That's all I'm going to say.
But you know the drug that is professional wrestling. Once it gets in your system, whoever wants to walk away from it.
Well, it's like theater.
Yeah.
You know, I did a lot of theater, and I can tell you this. Once the gimmick or the saying in theater is, once the grease paint hits the skin, you can never get theater out of your blood. And it's so true. And it's so true with professional wrestling, because you're involved in telling a story. You're involved in entertaining people. You know, and it's very difficult to let go. But there are other avenues. Edge would make a tremendous manager. He's got that evil look, that strange look. You're doing well making him a face. It's strange. It's very strange for me to see Edge as a face after what I went through with him.
Well, breaking into your home, yeah.
Yeah, and I was in Canada for that match between John and Edge. And I want to tell you something. I was in the front row. Edge's mother was behind me. And when John had him up on that ladder, you could see John shaking his head no. And it somehow still went down. That young man went through 2 tables and didn't move. He had a severe concussion, was knocked cold out. I was there. Crazy.
And that was 4 years before he had to retire. So that body went through 4 more years of abuse before, after WrestleMania 27 in his victory over Alberto Del Rio, he had to call it a career, or at least he thought he did, until he had enough recovery to feel that he can at least come back for this 3-year run and wrap up his career on his own terms, which, knock on wood, he'll be able to do.
3-year run is a 3-year run. Just make sure that you pace yourself like Daniel Bryan, you know, another great, tremendous human being. Just make sure you pace yourself, take care of yourself. Those in the ring will always take care of you. Just make sure, because you don't want to end up in a wheelchair. You don't want to end up being unable to walk or physically take care of yourself. I think there's a lot of things we have to look at. There are other positions. There is life after wrestling, in managing, in producing. You know, NXT. So there's plenty to do. You don't really get it out of your system. I'd be happy backstage producing. I'd be happy down at NXT, you know, helping these kids out to be managers or referees. I mean, there's a lot that you can do. I still am lucky enough and fortunate enough to be in there, being the guy that I am, doing what I do. I do less than I did before, because obviously your body and your mind says, whoa.
You've got to pace yourself.
There you go.
Do you think seeing these great returns of Edge and Christian maybe gives Jason Jordan hope that maybe not in the immediate future, but maybe before it's all said and done, you know, there may be medical ways for him to return to the squared circle? Because I tell you, you talk about a guy that had it all. He had reasonably good size. He had a great look. He was very well spoken. They tried to give him the rub of being Kurt Angle's son. I remember you and I did a show trying to figure out.
Cena, right?
Well, I don't know if you. I'm not even going to go that direction, Johnny. But you know, I just thought there is a guy, and they were grooming him for a great spot. As he had to go out due to injury, he was in the mix with Rollins and Dean Ambrose on Raw. It's a shame that he got injured and they haven't been able to find the proper way to fix what needs to be fixed. But I think if that guy can ever get healthy again, I think WWE has another main eventer to throw on the roster. Do you think that seeing Edge and Christian now at, I believe, 47 and 46 years of age, do you think it gives a younger guy like that hope?
I would say yes. I would definitely say yes. There's always hope. Never, ever give up. There's always hope. But I think, again, I go right back to what I said. You know, at 47 and 46, you can't do what you did at 30 and 25.
Right.
So I watched that Royal Rumble, and he was doing some pretty crazy stuff out there. I watched him pace himself over in the corner, take his breaks, do what he needed to do. But you know what? When you get in that ring in the main event against Drew McIntyre, there's no pacing anybody. It's straight out entertainment. It's straight out knock him down and win. You know what? I'm just a fan of slow down, pace it.
Do you think where now he has come back from 2 major injuries in less than a year at Royal Rumbles, maybe it was a little much to have Edge go almost an hour?
That was a surprise to me.
Yeah, that did surprise me. I wasn't surprised with who won. I was surprised by the length.
Oh, yeah. 1 whole hour. I was amazed. I sat back, but I did call it. I didn't have the inside information you had. I called that in the Women's Royal Rumble. I just didn't have it. We all called McIntyre versus Goldberg, although a lot of people thought there'd be a reversal there. Well, after seeing that jackhammer...
We got what we got.
Yep.
That jackhammer isn't breaking too much concrete at this point. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, I would say after watching that, we're lucky it didn't break somebody's neck.
What do you think the future of Goldberg will be, where he has likely one more match in WWE in 2021? Could you see him at WrestleMania? Do you think maybe you'd hold off till SummerSlam? Where do you think you could best use Goldberg, and if they stick to the contract and he has one more big match left this year?
I have no idea where you put this guy, really and truly. He's got the stamina. He's got the build. You know, he looks the part. But I think, like everybody else, we slow down. And to put him in there with a guy of the caliber of McIntyre, Seth Rollins, you know, even The Fiend. Has he fought The Fiend yet?
He was the one that captured the championship from The Fiend in Saudi Arabia in a match that was not well received last February.
So I would think if I were going to end Goldberg's career, I'd put him in there against The Fiend in a house-burning match. Whoever's in, I'm just using a gimmick. The house burns down and Goldberg's in it. That takes care of his contract. He's out, he's done. I don't think that's the way to let a man of his stature, stamina, and professionalism go out. He's a great guy. He really is.
Well, he has at least 3 matches left before the end of that contract.
Where do you put him? I mean, look, here's the only thing I can say about anybody. If you're going to put him into anything, put him into a storyline. Not a 1 week, 2 week, 3 week to lead up to the Royal Rumble. Put him into a storyline.
What about a man that sometimes always finds a way to pop up on a WrestleMania show in some unique ways when he's around? Shane O'Mac. He's not exactly a youngster anymore, but he's a man that takes some hellacious bumps.
He's a great guy. I really enjoy Shane.
And he helped put together the Rumble match too, I was told.
The men's?
Yeah.
Well, it's obvious there are a lot of brains involved in that match. There's no question about it.
Do you think Shane O'Mac could carry Goldberg to something decent, even if it was short?
Nope.
No.
Nope. Right. Nope. Shane O'Mac, I've watched Vince and Shane in the ring when they were heels. I've watched Shane by himself. They're on a whole different level. I think McMahon, Vince, could get in that ring with McIntyre, no offense, and do a better job. Yeah, because you know what? You wouldn't have all those fancy gimmick moves. You have all that cheating. You'd have all that eye gouging. It's just the old McMahon thing that would carry it. McIntyre wouldn't put up with it. Take him, beat him up, slam him down. Vince would come back and cheat a little bit. Whole different angle, but it still puts the match over. You know, I liked the end of that match where they shook hands. I didn't appreciate the laughing or smiling. You know, it really just says, we had a great workout, guy. Have a nice day. I think that they both paid each other tribute. I'm sure McIntyre
they respected each other in the end.
I'm sure McIntyre, as I would be, honored to work with Bill Goldberg, and I mean that. I say a lot about him. but I also compliment him because he deserves it. He deserves it. But once again, where do you put this man? I say if nothing's happened with The Fiend, then let's build around that and let's make it a storyline. Let's make it.
You want a rematch with Goldberg and The Fiend? Where
I don't. Well,
The Fiend gets his win back, maybe.
Well, I don't care how you do it, but build a storyline because that could be a very, very interesting thing. Age, mysticism, evil, good. I would even bring that urn if I could get my hands on it. I'll tell you, immortality for The Fiend. Oh, I'll tell you. You know what? There's so much in my brain that nobody wants. I'm like Jannetty. I have to get the filter on. But I think, where else do you put him? You put him in tag matches?
Well, look at, I'm sure there are a lot of fans that have no idea who Giant Baba is in all Japan. He was the owner and, the Andre of Japan, I guess, would be the best analogy. But there was a man that worked well past his prime. But primarily, he'd be used in a significant way in six-man tags in the, maybe the third, fourth, fifth from the top match on the bigger events where he still had value, his name, but he was very limited as far as what he could do in the ring. Maybe that would be the route to gold with Goldberg. But I still say in small, explosive doses, he's still Goldberg. The problem is those doses are very, very small.
And there reaches a point in your career where the pop isn't there. I'll bet you if there was a live
We're not talking Fabo pop.
No, the good stuff. I would say this, if there was a live crowd there, I'm not too sure the reception he would have gotten. I'm not sure you'd get that Goldberg. I just think, I think maybe it's time to hurt. Maybe you turn Goldberg heel. Maybe you make him a manager. He's got a lot of potential there. Why do you take this man and throw him out? What says he's got 3 appearances left that he can't come in, manage some young guy? Now you make it a tag match. He's in one corner, the young guy's in the other. The old Lou Albano, Paul Heyman stuff that they used to do? That would work with Bill Goldberg.
For the money they're paying him, I don't think they want him to manage.
Well, you know what? Manage and then get involved in a match. It's too bad that they brought him in at what they brought, and they brought a lot of people in at a lot of money with the hopes or the belief that we're going to make a lot of money. It didn't work that way. And I think what people have to understand, my limited knowledge in this business, all I'm going to say to you is it's cash on the table. And you're going to pay me $7, $8, $10 million to come in. I pay that to the Beast because he puts asses in seats. You get your return every day, every dollar on my friend the Beast, right? Bill Goldberg, I don't care how far you distance his matches, all the stuff you read is just negative. I didn't see anything positive. So why not make it a positive picture, find a way to do it? Why would you bring him in at that kind of money?
What would you, if you were going to give it a scale in school, what would you have graded Goldberg's appearance on Sunday at the Rumble with McIntyre? His match, what would you have given Goldberg?
I would tell you right now, that was a C- to a D.
Really?
Yeah. I don't think that Bill Goldberg was at his 100% potential. I told you, the one thing that I hate outside of Mr. Perfect, chewing gum, God rest his soul.
You didn't like that?
That is just, you know what that says to me? I'm just out here to play. The chewing of the gum took away his whole persona of this man who is superhuman in strength. Goldberg should be matched in strength with McIntyre, but it didn't happen that way.
I think maybe the biggest problem, Johnny, is that what he does is so limited and so spaced out. I think he has a problem stamina-wise. I think because he's not in the ring is, not to say that he should be a full-time guy, but even if he worked just say 4 or 5 times a year, at least he'd be in training mode more often than he likely is right now.
He'd be
One
better.
man's opinion, I don't want to speak for Bill Goldberg, but it's an opinion-based show. I still think he has a lot of name value, and I think, again, in small doses, he can be explosive and really get the fans going. We saw it. Look at that first match back he had with Brock Lesnar when he surprised everybody and beat him in about a minute and a half up in Toronto at Survivor Series, was that 2016?
Disgusting.
You were disgusted by that.
How
do you really feel, Johnny?
I have to give Brock Lesnar credit for doing the job for Bill Goldberg. That's the sign of a true professional, ultimate professional. And I would, I mean, if it was me against Goldberg, I would gladly do the job for Goldberg. But please, not even the same caliber. Don't even go there.
Well, that was a storyline that had a beginning, a middle, and an end. Goldberg
What, 2
shocked.
weeks?
No. Goldberg shocked the world with that Survivor Series win. He came back at Royal Rumble and eliminated Lesnar again, shocking the world again. At the Fastlane pay-per-view, he defeated Kevin Owens to win the Universal Championship. And then at WrestleMania 33 in Orlando, he did the honors and he put Lesnar over in what was probably the best match that Lesnar had. I mean, that Goldberg's had since he's come back. It went a good 6 or 7 minutes, and that was a brawl's brawl. That was really good. That's probably, I hate to say it, really been the only really good match he's had since he's come back.
Because Lesnar can brawl.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Well, you know
real
what? Goldberg
deal.
brought it too. Goldberg brought it too.
What do I keep saying to
Yeah.
you? I wouldn't want to be in a street fight against that guy.
It's just
I
gonna be
wouldn't want to
short.
be a bar fight. He'd knock the shit out of him. I'm no offense. Nothing but kudos. But at the same time, it's an opinion show. I give my opinion. Like it or not. You might want to block me on Twitter or Facebook or whatever. That's fine. But I call it the way I see it. You have a man that's so prominent, so good at what he does. Now he's come down to a point where he just can't do all the things he used to do. Look, he didn't have that Goldberg physique that I remember when he came out, when the smoke came out of his nostrils. And it just, you notice it just wasn't there. So my whole thing is, whatever you do has got to be really, really good. You got to find a storyline for this guy, something that'll go 2, 3, 4 matches. 3, I guess, is all he's got left. So let's do it. But I disagree on one point. I don't think he holds the name value that you think he has.
Really?
Well, if he did, that main event would first match of the night. And if he did, don't you think more people would have been clamoring to get to see that match? Did you read the comments online? Or the once in a while people will send me dirt sheets. It's like, holy mackerel. Do they understand? Oh, not again. Come on, Goldberg. Come on. You know what? It ain't going to work. It's just not going to happen. He doesn't have it. He was good when he was. He was great when he was. But against McIntyre, if he beat Drew McIntyre, you know, there'd have been it was a live audience, there'd have been a riot in the arena.
You think so?
Oh,
I think there would have been a riot.
Please.
All right.
Are you kidding me?
Well, I tell you this, Johnny, in one of the more pleasant aspects of the Royal Rumble, we like to always have the surprises and the returns. Former MWF heavyweight champion Carlito came back not looking like $1 million, but $1.5 million. Unbelievable. I mean, if he was in that kind of physical condition 10 years ago when he departed, I don't think they ever would have got rid of him.
I'll tell you something. I've worked several shows with that guy in the independent with Carlito, and I can tell you this. What an eminent professional. All the way. I mean, all the way. I think that sometimes you get sour. You know, you get soured on the product, you get sour on the people, and I think that's what happened with Carlito and WWE. They had a sad parting of the ways. But once again, if you remember, they asked him to come back, and he said no. He said absolutely not.
Well, when I heard the money that they offered him, I was kind of surprised at how low it was. So I wasn't totally shocked that he declined that 2016 offer.
Again, but you know what? Vince McMahon, and I keep saying this, people can say what they want about him. Tremendous philanthropic human being. He's got a big heart, but he's also a businessman. So I'm going to throw you a low number. If you bite, you bite. And if you say, no, I don't want 165, I want 265. Now it's up to me. Will you put asses in the seat? Question mark.
They missed the boat on using the Colognes as a faction, I think.
Absolutely.
I think Carlito, what did they go by? Epico and Primo.
Right.
The three of them together, that would have made for a really interesting duo. I think they could have made some real magic with New Day as far as trios go.
Would have been awesome because, you know, you've got the Spanish faction, you've got the other faction. This could have been really good. It could have been the 6 of them taking over. The 6. Yeah, you know, it was Rollins, Ambrose, and my friend there, the Chief, that came in and started to kick ass and take
you know,
names.
Also, if they wanted to play off of real life, the The Colones and the Anoa'i families are very tight from the wrestling down in Puerto Rico. So you could look at Roman, Uso's involvement
Roman
too
Reigns.
with them. So who knows what's going to happen? I was told it's a short-term return for Carlito for the time being. I didn't hear it from someone in WWE, but I was told that he's going to be given a chance to become a producer, which I find strange considering how many they had to get rid of because of coronavirus and got furloughed and got fired. And he's a guy that he's only a few months older than me, and he's never done the role before. So I find that odd. I don't know if I necessarily believe it to be true, but if it is, and he gets the job, good for him.
I think he'll do a good job at it. I really do.
In our experiences with him in our locker rooms, I'll say this, and it's not an insult towards him, but there was nothing about Carlito that said to me, this is a guy I could see being an agent. I don't know if you agree with that, but I mean, we had Carlito with us probably, I don't know, about a dozen times, but probably around 10. And to me, from his personality, though nothing wrong with him at all. I think very highly of Carlito. But as far as that position goes for him, I don't know if that's necessarily a great fit from what I observed then.
I think then on the indie scene he was young.
Yeah.
I think he came to do a job, get his check, and leave.
And that was that.
Yeah. Then as he went from you, I began to see a change. Became more.
Well, he didn't go from one to the other. He did both.
Yeah, but he became more serious in some aspects. It kind of grew up a little bit. And then I worked a show with him where we had talked, and he seemed completely different about. He was really, wanted to change things, I guess. I think he'd make a good producer because he has a great mind for what it takes to be a star in that ring.
Well, look at the family he comes from.
Yeah, but you know what? You can come from any family you want. And if you can't pick up on what they offer and learn and make that work in your mind, it's a waste of time.
But I mean that as in he was
Look at Donald Trump's family.
He was born into the industry. It was in his blood from when he was, he was at shows when he was a baby.
But the question is, are you going to be a wrestler? Yes. Are you going to hang on to what you're doing? Are you going to learn from what you're doing, and can you pass that on to others? There's the key. And I would see in the locker room when he was setting up his matches, he began to pass a lot more on, to not only to the person he was competing with or working with, but other people in that locker room, which wasn't before. It was, hi, how are you? Good to see you. Great man. But it was, I can see a difference. I saw a different Carlito at the Royal Rumble. I don't know if you saw that. More intense.
Yes.
Jack, I'll tell you that.
Serious.
Wow.
Well,
I give him credit.
I had been told by some that, once he realized his position in WWE was going to be what it was, he was never going to reach that top tier level, at least during that first run. He just kind of shrugged his shoulders and just was there, almost like what you said, was there to collect a paycheck every week. But do you think Carlito lasts beyond the 3-week tryout, apparently, he's being given right now? You think he stays full-time?
That's up to Carlito.
If you were a betting man in Sin City and Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah. I would say yes. I think he'll last.
I hope so. See, I hope so, and I don't hope so. The only reason I say I don't hope so is from a selfish point of view, is because when we have live events again, I'd love to have him back with us, because he was such a pleasure to deal with. Every time we interacted with him, it's a long story to get into, but I think that there's a story I could tell that really shows the man's character, but we don't have a heck of a lot of time left in this episode. I did want to make one more note, Johnny. We talk about family. I believe for the first time in Royal Rumble history, Vince McMahon was not at the Royal Rumble. Can you believe that? Triple H was running the shot. Shane McMahon, as we noted, was a big part in putting the Rumble together. It's not exactly a secret that Vince's older brother had passed away a week or two before. Are we seeing, perhaps, Vince finally slowing down a little bit, maybe taking some time to enjoy life, maybe taking time to look at, family matters that maybe he would have not have been as attentive to in the past, where he was so business orientated?
I disagree with that because I would say this: Vince McMahon has always paid attention to family. Always. Never have I not known Vince the short time I was involved with him.
to not pay attention to family, ever. I think when you lose a family member, which he did, his brother, I think it kind of resonates something home, close, time. Where am I in this picture? I might be well built, I might be well connected. I think when you have that kind of a loss, to console his other side of his family, his brother's wife and family, I think that might be where it's at. Is Vince taking time off, or sort of, as people would say, passing the torch? Vince McMahon will never pass the torch. I don't think. My own personal opinion. Shane was there. I'm sure Stephanie was there. Triple H was there. You know, I am sure that Vince watched the show.
Well, I'm sure he didn't miss it.
So my whole thing is, I just think it's a family situation that prevented that. If he is going to take a back seat and be the CEO and run from a desk, that's fine too. It could be that you put people in charge to see what they can do. I did that when I ran my own businesses, and you find out just what they're made of. And I'll
Give
tell
them a
you,
leash.
if I look at this show, the Royal Rumble, whoever put that whole deal together, it'd be in my office. It's been great. Good luck in your future endeavors.
Well, Johnny, you always call it as you see it, brother. As we like to say, when the lights at the Thunderdome go out, the lights on your dome go on, or as Margot says, maybe a little turned on. But that's a different story for a different time. Wrestling fans, we are running out of time. Tomorrow night, believe it or not, we're going to have our big Wrestling Insider Week in Review program, and this guy is going to join me in studio. Forget about my little podcast radio-style intros. Johnny is going to be with me late night Saturday, 10 p.m. We have this week's shoots from TJP, Tony Atlas, Nasty Boys Jerry Saggs, Marty Jannetty, as well as a repeat of this program. Next week, we're going to have more great intellect at 10 p.m. on Friday night. For my partner in crime, John Cena Senior, I'm Dan Marotti. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well. We'll see you Tuesday night at 10 with the Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas.
World Wrestling Federation was live at the Springfield Convention Center in Springfield, Illinois, Thursday, February the 5th, 1998. In the opening contest, Kane beat Savio Vega. Marvelous Mark Mero with the win over Tom Brandi. Max Mini and Nova defeated El Torito in Battalion. WWF European Champion Owen Hart retained over D'Lo Brown, who replaced Triple H. WWF Intercontinental Champion The Rock retained the title over Ken Shamrock via disqualification. WWF Tag Team Champions The New Age Outlaws retained the titles over the Headbangers. Bradshaw, who replaced Vader, defeated Goldust. And in the main event, Farouk defeated Cactus Jack after Mark Henry threw powder in Cactus's face. If you were in Springfield live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling.
Johnny, unbelievable what a week it was. Because of the pay-per-view bonus, we had 5 in-studio shoots this week. You talk about just the difference in age range and eras work. TJP, Tony Atlas, Jerry Saggs, Marty Jannetty, John Cena Senior.
Wow.
And I got to bear witness to all of it. Who's the luckiest guy in the room?
Me.
Yeah, because you don't have to edit it.
There you go.
All right, wrestling fans, we had a blast. We're going to continue to try and do this every Saturday night, at least through the winter. We want to see what your reaction is to it. The reaction to the first couple of weeks has been great. I had been doing, I don't know if you noticed, Johnny, where you are, the world traveler you are. I had been doing almost a podcast-style intro. We're going to try and see if we can mix it up, have Johnny here sometimes to introduce the show with me. With that said, again, the Super Chat is open. If you can help us keep the lights on, it's very much appreciated. If you want more superstars and legends in this studio to tell their stories, this is the best way. Last night, Tony Atlas was with us in studio live. Marty Janetti is going to be back Friday night, February the 19th. And there's rumors, Johnny, that we may even see you as part of Elimination Chamber later in February. I know you have to check with your advisory team to see if you can make it, but that remains to be seen.
It does.
But we had a lot of fun.
We do.
One thing about us is Whether we agree or disagree, there's usually some laughs
You never know what's coming.
and a good meal.
I agree with it.
I
Yeah.
spoke to our friend who was very, very happy with the plugs.
With the plugs?
Kowloon Entertainment Dining Complex, Route 1
absolutely,
North,
absolutely.
Saugus, Massachusetts,
Oh.
over at KowloonRestaurant.com. You can't go wrong whether you eat in, take out, have delivery. You're in for a good meal from some great, great human beings. With that said, Johnny, any final thoughts before we hit the road? It was a big Waitangi day in New Zealand.
Fireworks there, fireworks here, fireworks everywhere. Just stay tuned. Keep in touch. We need all the help we can get. Have a great one, Dan.
Don't forget, wrestling fans, Tuesday night, 10 p.m., we'll be back with Tony Atlas, and we'll be back for another extensive, in-depth week in review next Saturday night at 10. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Boston wrestling sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Senior's Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.